Absolutely beautiful stuff right there. Well,
look at him, look at him.
He is pumped up, isn't he?
Tractor, 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 tractor,
That's
tractor,
what he's
tractor,
thinking.
tractor.
Give me the tractor. And the wedding. 2-0 in this semi-final already. That is a very quick 2-0 as well. Obviously, Boulder Bay plays out a bit faster than most maps, but that was what, 6 minutes, 7 minutes?
Something in that ballpark. Lutifron, his first pick and his home map.
Yep.
And down 0-2. Crazy uphill battle ahead of him.
So, does he go to 4 lakes here? Is that the best option for him?
Yeah. This is not pretty, right? Because, you know, like Wetlands, Prairie, the Mister will be prepared on those as well. And I think if I'm Lutifron, I think I play Prairie here. Just to get a more standard game out of us.
I feel like you got to play to your strengths, all right? You're known for your micro, you're good at it. You're wonderful on water. But it is going to be 4 lakes, but I know exactly what's coming up right now.
Which is?
It's going to be the Abbasid Dynasty for the Mister.
And 4 pawns.
Exactly.
Full control.
All for him. Oh my lord.
What are we playing? Yeah, don't like. Oh, Drongo's already said that it's 3-0. It is 2-0, Drongo. And we know that Lutifron is one of the best players in the world. Top 4 in the biggest Age of Empires tournament of all time. He's still prepared for months for this tournament. So I'm really excited to see what he has in store for us. Because this was also his first pick, right? 4 lakes.
Yeah.
His first home map.
All right, well, hopefully he's got a strategy prepared for us. I guess the question is, what civilization does he look for here? Now, obviously, the Rus is the big standout, just simply because the villagers or the fishing boats don't have to return back to the dock to drop off. But there's other civilizations that could lend an advantage. The Ottomans also have cheaper docks, so you could start basically playing pseudo-Abbasid in that regard, trying to put them all around the map as much as possible. I think that actually might be a pretty wise choice as well.
Also, which I like with Rus on 4 lakes, you obviously try to prevent your opponent docking in your pawns.
Yep.
But if it somehow happens and you have fishing ships, you can just transition into some war army or like some army, and then can basically neglect it. After you clear it up, transition back to fishing ships, and it is as nothing happened. The only option, only Rus have that option.
All right, and it is going to be the Rus versus the Abbasid Dynasty. So, as we expected, a difficult matchup. Now, we've seen Mister play the Abbasid Dynasty on this map before. He went for a peculiar strategy. Basically, he just went and took all 4 pawns and then did a timing push with crossbows together with more crossbows and more crossbows.
The thing is, it doesn't really matter what you go for, right? If you have 4 pawns against 0 pawns, your economy is just so much better. It's just ugly to play against that. You somehow then have to play in all-in on land, knowing that the economy, or hoping that the economy didn't really pay off for your opponent.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly it. It makes it so difficult to play when you don't have the water on a map like this, just simply because water also starts from a really early stage in the game. So you can be starting from quite literally 90 seconds into the game with that fishing boat, but I can see the players, they're looking pretty serious right now.
Let's do the math. So Lutifron beats Viper in 7 minutes on Boulder Bay. The Mister beats Lutifron in 6 minutes on Boulder Bay. So how long would be the game of the Mister against the Viper?
He man-at-arm rushes him, it's 2.5 minutes.
Okay, dock doesn't go up.
Oh, Mister. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are diving in now to game number 3 of your semi-final. This is a best of 5. We are on match point right now. Mister is up 2-0, and Lutifron needs to lift.
And this is a good spawn here for Lutifron in the sense that it's pretty obvious.
哇，今天进度有够快，我才起床他就已经2-0了。哎，你有 box 的吗？哎。早安，对，有够快哦，我们 Mr 赢的。看我看时间，哎，怎么已经2-0了？这是4场的第3场哦。要是因为是 Best of 5的关系，打赢了之后 ，Mr 就会进决赛，就看他能不能打赢了。然后就是阿伯斯对罗斯，这样也不知道那算是新图了，因为红牛杯其实一直都有在打这张图，然后就官方好像就直接基本上拿来用而已，就是有一点改动就是了。 但没想到，要是3比0，没想到差距这么大。因为 Lucy 反 Magic 基本上都单双，然后他对上 Miss 好像完全没有办法的感觉。现在罗斯好像还是变成打单侦察兵了，没以前那样该双侦察兵，不知道是不是比较好了。因为现在抓狼这个没那么重要，就不像以前一样，你一定要把狼拉回 TC 里面。那多一只侦察兵也是有用，但是没以前那么可以把地图上所有的羊都抢走的感觉。然后阿布这个好处，它的码头是比较便宜的。你要在这张图，你要多盖码头，你就能省到木头，省木头你就会多盖渔船啊，多盖战船的这样的是。他忘了多拉一头羊回来，因为他这头羊是应该在 TC 旁边的，会不会把羊吃完？然后他忘了。Miss 先砍到，要是侦察兵一直被追也是一个问题哦。那他就会生锈没有黄金。OK。多补第2个码头。现在这些运河图比较流行变成打双码头了，以前都是单码头比较多，现在就变成打双码头。那这时候阿婆斯码头便宜的优势也出来，一直被追啊，一直追的。可是，那羊，那村民食物换的在哪里？哦，没有在食物哦，直接只靠渔船来升级时代。OK， 所以他觉得没有需要那么快上时代就是了。然后拉一只侦察兵出来是 OK， 2只村民哦，他所有的所有的有鱼的地方都盖一个码头。然后别忘了，因为现在侦察兵攻击力剩1滴了，你就没办法像以前那样直接把对方村民砍死。他有注意，应该直接用村民去干这些村民，但是没有注意到哦。那这个码头应该可以盖出来。你要来砍人口了？有一点失误哦。对，码头被盖出来了。要是他一开始就有注意到这个盖不出来，那现在问题来了，这代表他要一直盖战船去守他自己的码头，同时间他没有码头去攻击对方的鱼，那感觉现在 Miss 的优势就很大了。直接说明是炸。但是代表有9只村民没在工作，这只被抓到，他是为什么盖这个位置？哦，因为这里盖不了，所以他只能想要跑来这边盖，结果之后被这位村民发现，盖不出来。那这个有点可惜，有点惨，应该是没有位置可以盖这边。不过他拉着村民去拆这码头也是蛮聪明，就是我觉得，这只村民被抓到，那没有 Mr 想象中那样可以4个码头都盖出来。不过他的渔船是比较多的，看一下资源收入有可能是因为 Lucifer 才改地标，所以感觉没那么多啦。你这样走过来，对方也会看到 因为他受伤了吧？那探图探到对方没有在挖黄金，应该不会直城。多来的村民也会被干掉吧？觉得。他升级打鱼的时候，因为他不需要这么多的食物，所以没有研发村民比较便宜科技，选择第一个是科技比较便宜的时代升级。然后就马上升级科技，可以看到这边4个升级都是比较便宜的。现在，对啊，没有盖出来。那你要按一下 S， 要不你的木头都没了。2个都是长矛。但是对方会盖小弓哎，因为罗斯也盖超级多的小弓哎。然后准备要做的事情，这边是双 TC。那现在这样看，我会觉得露丝粉这边有优势。因为这 TC 要盖出来应该是没有问题的。然后这边有一点，他是觉得露丝粉这个鱼还没有盖出来，所以他跑来这边守。那也还合理。我还以为这个买手已经盖完了。OK， 他拼的是自己鱼比较多。我真的不知道为什么 Lucifer 没有在这边盖码头就是了。然后 Mr 其实这边也没有盖长轴起来。那主力的拆掉这码头，不让对方拿右边的鱼。现在战船打陆上步兵的伤害没以前那么高，所以刚才看到的就是只扣了5滴血。要是你跑得快，还可以全部躲掉。时代3升级。Lucifer 这边，没什么兵哦，他会不会被工程器给直接干死？都没有，干掉了是盖长的。我现在会看一下资源收入啊，差不多吧，还是没有在盖兵啊，上时代的时候，我觉得算。那他有可能是的想法是，他盖一堆长矛出来，然后骗对方盖小弓，然后换成装甲步兵，配工程器直接把对方干掉。所以这是为什么现在没有盖兵。对，盖装甲步兵可以10支弓。我还是不习惯新的观战模式，因为在看记录档的时候也不能用那个东西。这张图还是合理啦，这主要是利用 他码头边比较便宜的优势。还有这边会拿步兵血量，他就不拿这个新鲜食品，让他的村民变便宜。不过这东西，这东西我忘了按了。没有人从中间，只有3只被打中。他的攻击没有预想那么快，其实。要是时间拖太久的话，罗斯这边双 TC 优势会出来。不过这边可以看到，有盖工程器，我还以为他没有盖。虽然这现在的数量还是打不进去啊，我是觉得。看他还是很有信心哦。OK， 还是想对方弩炮出来之前跟他拼。那 TC 很努力的拆这台心头，目标就是小弓不要被扔到。OK， 弩炮也出来了，把他心头给干掉。所以我看的数量感觉像，这边要拼还是？看一下吧，还是把兵营都拆掉足够。好像真的行耶，我还以为看的数量不行。因为路斯房的兵看到都死掉哦。哦，真的一波带走吗？这边这要3比0吗？看一下路斯房的视角，对他剩82人口。你要这边想要盖兵出来，可是有可能这些兵出来马上被干掉哦。哇靠！感觉下个 GG 耶，这样就太快了吧！对啊，哇！他就是刚才是盖一堆长矛出来骗对方盖小弓，然后上直在后马上换装甲步兵，所以为什么刚才的小弓就没什么做到伤害？然后路斯坊上时代比较晚一点点，他盖兵不够快，所以那兵的数量不够，被平 A 直接干死。我要是路斯坊这边，我会死的，怎么感觉还没出力就被干掉了？这边 GG 了，没救了，没救了。这种情况，他只是不想弃权而已，是因为这输了就没了。哇，是不是3场1个小时都没有就结束了？需要起来，GG 了！我靠，3比0哎！对，不用1个小时，没有想到这么夸张。
What a decisive victory right there. 3-0, absolute clean sweep.
This was, I honestly, going into today, I felt whoever wins in the semifinal, Beastie Cutie and Marine Lord, is going to win the whole tournament. I'm not sure about that at all.
Oh yeah, do not count out the Mister. And you know, I talked about this earlier. I said, you know, Marine Lord and Beastie, they're going to play their own.
线下有观众
They're
哦
going to come up to
因为是
play
今
against
天
Mister.
是
Mister's just walked over Lucifer on 3-0.
Yeah.
Now he goes in the back. He's got his legs up. He's thinking about what strategies he's going to bring out in the next series. These guys are still got a massive fight on their hands.
That's sick, right? And they fully have to be focused on.
要是
the
Mr.
semi-final.
赢的话，我会
Mr.
找天
he can chill now.
做
He has
访
some
问
time. He can analyze. He can come up with
你要
some
放
strategies.
YouTube
Probably won't talk to you anymore.
就找他做访问应该是没有问题的。
Oh, this is crazy. I'm so happy for
还
that.
有雪赛有
All
打
right,
了
well,，let's go and find out a little bit more about how his thoughts were through that process. Ellie, take it away.
Congratulations, Mister. That was an amazing play.
这女生到底有多高啊？我知道，因为 Mr. 本身也蛮高了。这女生好像比 Magic 还要高然后 Magic 好像要62还是63。
Every game, every series, it's as if I'm winning a tournament.
You are playing incredibly well, and it is an absolute joy to watch. Talk us through that last
打完4场应该休息一下直接打，所以不是根据他的时间表的。
Was your plan just to harass idle his economy? I think Lucifron lost around, what, 400 or 500 resources there by idling those villagers. Was that the plan?
My plan was to force Lucifron to just try. I was trying to contest the waters, the 2 lakes, but I wasn't planning on making anything. I was just going for the docks, and I was hoping for an overreaction by Lucifron. And my plan was just to attack. As soon as I saw the front wood line and the other one was on the back, so I only needed to push from one single angle, and I could contest both of his wood lines. Yeah, everything went according to the plan.
Really well thought through. So that final push with the Rams, with the Mangonels, did you know that that was going to be the final push, or did you have something saved in store in case he was able to defend?
The thing is, I didn't exactly, like, as soon as I saw he was gathering stone, I knew he would second town center. And I'm pretty sure he saw the games against Rigon. So I was trying to optimize my build and hit slightly faster with more men at arms and just contest the wood line. Like, we would be fighting on top of his wood, and it's really hard to make seeds when you're gathering wood. And I'm pretty sure in his mind, he was like, I'm gonna go mass seeds, but I only made 1 mangonel so that I can force a seeds workshop and a springle, which costs a lot for the Rus.
One final question before we take it to analysis. Next semifinal, we have
那想法还有想法，
really strong
会看到对方牧区在哪里，就决定这样去打。他目标就是在对方木头身上去打。
From my point of view, I already won this tournament just by being here.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much.
每个人都这样，很有礼貌。每个人问他就说：“我来到这里已经算赢了。”
Thanks, Ellie.
但是私底下，然后他们都会觉得自己会赢。
Really, you can tell this means the world to him, KP. A great performance from him, but I know you want to dive straight into some of the stuff we've seen, starting with the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. The draft was very interesting because in some ways it almost seems predictable how they're going to open. If you guys recall, we always know Mr. is an English spammer, right? His signature civ, he sees it that way as well, and so does Lucifron. He comes in with a double English spam.
应该这边进场有趣，我没有看到，因为
he doesn't like playing the Chinese. Whenever we've seen these series, he's almost always going to double ban the Chinese, and that offers up a layer of versatility to your opponent. Now, another interesting
中国看了一直被 ban，
this is another
他们应该研究觉得中国超级厉害。
I also think that map choices were really good for this double English ban, and what I was impressed by was the way that despite the fact that there's 2 water maps in there, Mr. seems to have a way of coming out ahead. But we've got to talk about this first game. This moment, especially around this fight, this was crucial. Something that Mr. done really well is getting these springle towers, because what it does is it delays and frustrates the French timing when they try to dive in.
他第一场神挪打赢法兰西啊， 但是
但是
打完第一个4场，还有第二个4强要打， 因为不用1个小时就赢了这场4强。
Does enjoy going to maybe not the late stages against civs like Chinese, but against the French, they have the.
他2场加起来40分钟都不，3场加起来40分钟都不够。
It's like they're on speed, right? The way that they reach their late game, they do it so much quicker than other people, and that's why they want the late game. It's not your Chinese or English late game; it's the HRE late game, which is usually 10 minutes faster.
And so in this matchup here, as we see the Mr. pick it up with the HRE, yeah, I mean, he's so pumped. Like, you can just see how excited he was there. And the atmosphere, obviously, with the crowd, absolutely electric. Look at this.
重看一下
Seeing him get up and about like this, like, it's just, you know, a lot of players there.
第一场吧，我很想知道他神挪怎么样去打法兰西，因为路斯凡的法兰西超级厉害的，他可以把他的法兰西直接干死。不过 Miss 好像是有影像记录的，我不知道看不看到。这些搂不掉，说太多人在啊，有，可以看一下，看到第一场能不能打赢。第2场因为是打张图就是很靠升级法，所以比较好，就打这场到鱼就赢，那就没什么精彩而已。没这么精彩，也是路途神挪的法兰西难度超级大的。双侦察兵，现在很多人都只打单侦察兵哦。然后这张图好像是羊比较多还是正常？看他探到多少知道了。OK， 打双侦察兵，然后路斯凡看到刚才是单侦察兵法兰西。那他做一个4分之前的升级，要是忘了放，有放红牛banner，要不会所有人找我说，你们忘了放 banner。还有3个王星在前边，那张图也没有多好哦。他没有选择现在很流行那种 DBL 直接放在木头那边，而是选择还是多 buff 一个国，因为没有应该直接放这边也会 buff 到国。不过他选择这种可能之后种田比较方便吧，就没有像很多人这样，或者 DBL 直接盖在木头这里，那就会盖完 DBL 直接开始，不用盖这个伐木营。王星村民就剩1只在这边，路斯凡应该是打快攻，超级快哦，那升级时间3分40秒，但是羊没有被吃光哦，因为他单侦察兵没有拿到多少羊的关系，超级快攻的法兰西。然后这木头，这王金在 TC 范围外，这边也是很难被 TC 守到。那有可能他这么快升级，就是要想针对那种DBL 直接盖木头，也要不时代1开伐木场的那种打法吧。对，金马过来了，不过反应很快，你要跑来这边，直接砍这边的树。第2次过来。这个牧区的位置，我觉得其实 Mr 运气有一点点好，因为有时候这个木头的位置更加远，你会 TC 完全守不到，所以我觉得他稍微运气有一点好。你看 Lucy 反正木头就是了，这木头是无论如何 TC 都是守不到的，但是 Mr 这边这个木头区之后是位置很好出来的感觉，那运气也是实力的一种吗？你就像这边的木头应该，你看这边哦，路斯凡 TC 旁边就只有一个木头区域，可是 Mr 有2个 这些图是不是有点不太平行啊？的关系的问题啊？这些小细节非常重要哦，我是觉得你有可能就是因为你的图不好被干掉。我要是 Lucifer 应该很不爽，看到对方你什么木头区域比我多一个，有一个还在 TC 范围。 双 TC 开出来，这 TC 有点晚哦。哦，还被抓到。还被抓到哦，难怪死得这么快了这场。那现在基本上 Mr 优势超级大，直接把法兰西打回家。 他有利用到这个 D 哦，侦查哦。然后这个有个好处哦，要是有兵的话，他会直接跑去攻击。我是第一次比赛看到有人用这东西。有机会我也试一下。然后有木头资源之后投资，直接开始种田。Lucifer 那个打法有点被针对到了，其实他是想要先盖靶场再去盖 TC， 结果是因为这样 TC 开的比较晚，然后 TC 还被抓到。 盖塔这边拿视野，但是神罗要时代2把法兰西干掉也不是，也是很难啊。那他应该还会想办法去上时代3，他先升级步兵移动速度，这个不是把王金楼下来升级时代 ，OK， 这比较特别。 然后两边一直都有肉马在哦，这防止对方出来乱，也给 Lucifer 很大压力。你看他兵分成3个不同位置，前后左右都有。他看到对方金马这边出来，那时候过来打对方右边。 对啊，神罗被法兰西给绕，但路斯法也有手到，不应该这边再会过来，没错。时代3，路斯法这边时代2，而且没什么资源哦。真的要说的话，而且问题还是他这边路吃完就剩这果，然后这个果也一直被烦到，现在被烦到这边也要盖场了。 这种情况下，你被压在家里面打，对方还要看到对方升级时代3，那时候很恐怖了。对他来说， 快播一点点，要不然主台最后一场开始了。没有，不是最后一场，而是第2场4强了。炮塔升级，生物搬了第1个，他把这边的教长叫出来。没有选择在地标去盖教堂，应该现在可以直接盖啊。因为现在这边这些村民没有上buff，其实的差距还是蛮大的。Lucifer 知道现在是他需要进攻的时间了。这边兵营盖在前面有一点危险。不过直接多盖塔，因为他有挖石头吗？还是买的？对，有挖石头，盖弩炮塔去守。那就看 Lucifer 这能不能一波把他带走了。这边兵出来，直接一直被这个弩炮塔给打到看这边的操作，两边扒过去，这弩炮塔真的有够烦呢。小弓有点长矛哦，他这边可以看到长矛是死得蛮快，可是剩下的金把有足够的兵把。Mr. 兵清掉吗？还是 OK？ 不过没有推车，没有冲车，直接就没有冲车拆不了这个塔了，因为神会紧急收礼。哦，然后他这边哦，因为他的兵一直被反掉哦。所以他就没有全部都拉过来这里，而是选择重新一个集结点。3圣物，看一下资源，理论上 Lucifer 的村民数量是比较多，不是。问题是，他要去哪里拿失误？然后，而且这边有3个圣物，也补回来一点点经济。那实际上的收入 miss 还比较多，因为种田这边还有40%的 buff。OK， 被这弹烦的要命，还是选择直接硬刚。快马这场播完了，看完了，应该是手下来，然后Lucifer就弃权。哦，他换兵了，换成装甲步兵了。刚才说一个反应，因为对看到小弓很多，而且有长矛，然后装甲步兵升级后，对方所有的兵都会打赢。哦，那时候被装甲步兵直接平 A 干掉。没想到他换兵速度很快哦。他看到对方，你长矛很多，那我就没需要继续盖金吧。然后可以看一下他的装甲步兵哦，他要把他的兵分开，就是找 Lucifer 的村民，就不同位置去进攻，就没有需要把兵都放在同一个位置。他很喜欢这样做，我有去了。 我觉得其实他最大的赢的其中一个原因就是他开局这个木头位置超级好，这影响很大。让路斯凡做了一个3分40升级，结果你的木头位置怎么这么好，这么没做到伤害。看一下他们选民族。
It just makes the most sense. Delhi follow up as well. That's the other thing. If you
是4强有特别待遇，会这样选民族。
Because of course, as we know, historically HRE tend to take a dump on Delhi. It's a pretty rough matchup for them. Ottoman should be next priority on both sides.
Ooh,
So Delhi, So this is now a case of the BC should probably want an Ottomans because most players just agree it's S tier right now.
那手里有拿笔记的吗？选民族。
I don't think so. I want to go back to my roots, baby.
If it's S tier, do we see a second Ottomans now for Marine Lord?
With these maps, I think it's maybe a bit tough. So on Gorge, Ottomans have lost twice. They haven't won a single map. Prairie is decent if you have an idea, but
看会不会有人选择玛丽啊？玛丽真的，他研究出来觉得非常好杀。所以最近都没有人在玩，不应该说有人在玩，但是没人打比赛用。
Certainly, the shift that's heaviest underexplored.
双蒙古，这边 Beastie 选了。
Man, I love this. This Beastie just going back to roots, right? Like he was one of the most pretentious over the top Mongol spammers at release. He loved this civ, and it's great to see it resurging. I think there's a lot of good maps for it, especially Prairie.
Gorge, but where do we play Delhi if we pick Mongols on Prairie? I think it's Mongols is for Gorge and probably Boulder Bay.
Maybe Delhi on Gorge. I don't think we've had any Delhi games on Gorge so far, so maybe there's something he knows that we don't know. But
蒙古应该是路途用了，打海部现在会选蒙古的。大家都 ban 中国，中国太强了，然后英格兰也是很强，被 ban 了。看他们选民族，你们就知道这版本强的民族是哪些了。最强的民族是会被 ban。没有人选德利哦。
I would love to see Marine Lord think about maybe second French, but obviously after that he has flexibility because BC has to make the final pick. I think
蒙古打法兰西很强，所以我觉得有针对。
Mongols only have 1 win, 3 losses. France is absolutely dominating right now, Gorge. I believe it's 5 wins, maybe 6.
French, I love the aggression, and we see Delhi here. So only Mongols as a double pick, and Ottomans late low.
So he does run out of Ottomans. I've heard a few ideas tooted around about how Ottomans would work on the water and how they're kind of military resource. But
进场，这4强待遇，我很想知道决赛进场是怎么样。
Obviously very confident, right? And rightfully so. If you are top 2 in the world, obviously they're trying to avoid each other every single tournament, trying to meet each other in the finals. If they can, this time not an option. And I'm getting excited for what could be a great set between those 2 titans of HM4.
Calm and composed, but inside, how is it looking? Big round of applause, the boys get ready. This could be its own grand final. In fact, most people coming to this event thought this would be the grand final matchup.
But not possible, right? Typically, we only want to have people that are undefeated in their groups meeting.
大部分评价都是他们会进决赛的，但是 Marino 因为小组赛第1场又输了给 Magic 的关系，所以他4强现在就要对 Beastie， 他差点才输给 Wen 出局哦。
Some would use the word cocky, maybe a little bit big-headed.
You mean cocky?
Cocky, very big-headed for small men, but he's small man with a big shadow he casts. A lot of pressure, always dominating in the online environment. But next to him, of course, this guy Beastie, dubbed pretty lethal on the lands, right? He won N4C, Marine Lord then comes over the top, at least with an online format, winning Golden League. These are the guys that everyone's looking for. There is a slight favor for Marine Lord across 55 games, but you know, don't read into this too much, folks. This one, I have a feeling this is going to be 5 games.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like, it's so close. Obviously, the drafting invites also like comeback mechanics in the sense that some people use their best Civ against the worst, and then we switch that around, getting to 1-1. And the speed, lots of people feel like, what? He is so slow. But yeah, we measured that via AOE4 World, tracking their efficient APM and BCQD, shockingly low there.
Yeah, you know how it is. Age of Empires 4 is a retirement home for StarCraft players, right? So,
oh, you didn't say that on stream. You didn't. Oh.
And we love them for it. Grandpa's always there for us to visit. And so we move towards the drafting of the first map. We know it's going to be Gorge. Now we have to start thinking, what are you going to pick here? Because I mentioned Ottomans. They're trashed here on this map. I thought they'd be good. I was wrong. Mongols have been dominating people. Only one side has it.
这张图蒙古很强哦，他们在说，因为你的木头位置很远，能针对到蒙古的民族有2个都被 ban 了。之前他们对战的记录啦，这是因为针对蒙古的2个民族，中国跟英格兰都被 ban 了。其实，在这种情况下，蒙古很好用。还有罗斯也会打蒙古啦，罗斯其实单 TC 打蒙古也是很厉害的。
It won't be that pretty because typically, if you get tower rushed, you kind of know, okay, I can rebuild another lumber camp for 25 wood, can move away, and you invested quite a lot into this tower. But here, what woodline do you move to?
Yeah, that's the really tough part, and it's not always consistent either. Sometimes you just don't feel like there's any break wood line. Sometimes you get a small secondary wood line that either spawns next to your back one or in front of your base, right?
But how many trees is that small one? Like 10-ish?
Yeah, maybe less than that. Maybe like 9, possibly 8. It's not that much, especially when you put it into like wood figures. 150 wood per tree.
Yeah.
Right. So if you have 10 trees, that's 1,500 wood.
Yeah, then you need to walk there or you're losing some time, but you don't want to be too far out because then obviously Mongols with their crazy mobility, Mangudai an option, not really something to see too often, but horseman raids could be pretty good.
I think Magadai can work on Gorge and Prairie. The logic is that there's not much wood to access, and if you think about what counts as Magadai, it's all wood-based, right? Horsemen, spearmen, probably not spearmen, but definitely archers are the big one. And every time you have to transition, that's even more wood invested, and Magadai lets you just restrict your opponent. So that might be something to look forward to on Prairie. Like I said, the interesting part to me when I whipped out the stats is that Mongols, outside of Mister's win with them on Prairie, they've got 3 losses. So it's only Mister that found a way to make them work. And the French have been dominating, which is why I'm leaning towards Marine Lord just saving French for Prairie and going a little bit off the script here on Gorge.
Do you think Marine Lord feels like he has something to prove with French? Because we obviously considered him to be the best French player in the world, dominant for lots of months over the history of Age of Empires 4.
他们选很多这些运河图个有余的图，因为他们觉得自己对版本的研究会比对方厉害，所以选那些图出来。
And like I mentioned, especially on some of these maps like Prairie, they are the biggest winner by far. There's like 1 win for 3 other civs and then 5 wins for French. It's pretty bonkers how effective this civ is. And coming into this tournament, I kind of expected them and the Mongols to be kind of okay. I didn't expect them to dominate. And the reason I thought they'd be okay is whenever you introduce new maps, tempo aggressive civs function better because people haven't played out all these permutations. They don't know the solution to aggression yet. And if there's any 2 civs in the game that really label and highlight aggression, it's Mongols and French.
I think French 1TC might be a bit underexplored here because 2TC lost its strength and 1TC still has to be good, right?
It is.
Royal Knights, Archers, and even Mongols could crack against that.
It's all about timing, actually. You can still go for the second TC, but before it used to be, I've like killed 2 of their villages. I will go second TC. You even have to do the accent when you play the French.
Okay.
Now you have to keep ramping up that momentum.
然后是因为 Marino 的关系，所以他打海比较厉害嘛。
You're essentially discounting your strongest element, which is that you have map control, you're a tempo aggressor, and how you make up for that lack of second TC is instead of rushing towards it, rush towards these pocket economies. Deer, boar, you have access to them where a lot of other civs can't.
Yeah, and even like with the good spearman defense, we've seen it 2 days ago, where Lucifron actually found 4 kills pretty early in Feudal Age, and it is tough to have, like as you said, like map control against the French, and it's also tough to scout them, because obviously those knights scare away your scout, and then what's the transition behind this? Are they playing 1 archery range, 1 stable, or are they adding more?
That's the thing. I think where French really get lethal is when Feudal goes long enough that they add in the racks as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, because at that point, you've got the triangle on both sides in a lot of these matchups, but the difference is you have heavily armored knights that get charge bonus damage. No other Civ can manage that, right? Not even Rus. Yeah, they get early knights, but they don't get bonus damage.
这么认真在看笔记哦。
elements that scream, use me aggressively with the French, right? Be the tempo setter, don't let up, don't feel this need to go back on your high ground and build 5 TCs and say, I see you in the Renaissance. No, we're playing this out in Feudal, baby.
Also, it feels, if we play long Feudal Age, I've seen French player squeeze in those eco upgrades a bit earlier, right? It just feels like, oh, I'm floating a bit. Instead of building half a knight, I will squeeze in an eco upgrade.
Yeah, well, because they buffed them, right? So it used to be 250, now it's 150. They also research faster. So it's like, well, you already got a discount and you were occasionally getting them. Now this discount as well. Like, what's your excuse to never pick them up? Because you get an extra 30% off of that 150 resource cost.
What do you think for yourself, if you're playing, would be playing a best of 5? What do you think is like a reasonable amount? How much time do you give yourself to really think through every single map and every single option where you want to distribute the civs?
30 seconds. I'm impatient.
You're that impatient.
I'm impatient.
Okay.
I'm just like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look across. I'm like, well, HRE can go Mediterranean.
开始大家都想很久，都还没开始。
And that's why I'd be the quickest person.
Okay. Well,
大家看，我发现 Beastie 他有个习惯，他自己不会站很直哦，他这边一直弯的超级过分。他站起来的时候也是这边是弯的，我发现后面。
Well, they had their notes before there as well, right?
Yeah, we saw them just drafting things out. Especially BC, it looked like he was putting a lot of lines through things. Like he had plans for reloads, like nope, 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 nope. I don't need these notes for later. Marinos are going to be gone.
I think Mr., for example, already knowing everything beforehand, I think he has just some drawing pages in there.
Yeah,
just try to color them out.
He's just perfecting his tractor. He's like,
what
kind of tractor do I want, right? He's gonna get custom designer to make it.
不知道，在选可能笔记是选民族吧，对方选什么民族让他们记下来吧。还没开局啊。哦 ，Marino 还在制定里面看图哦。有趣。
You know, if you get first place, I don't think you can get 2 tractors. You just get like the one with the cup holder and the warmer seat that costs an extra $50,000.
Okay. Expensive cup holder.
That's how they get you. They upsell, you know.
Ah.
Everyone wants a cup holder. They just don't want to admit it. And it's taking a long time, but
they're still like, and it's still like, it feels like they're still heavily thinking about it.
Yes, it's because of the French and the Mongol picks especially. I think when you look at the openings of these drafts and you think all the mirrors that could happen, if one of them has an idea of twist, they can set the pace of the entire series. I actually think we saw that in the last series with Mr. and Lucifron. Mr. opens with HRE when it looks like the French are coming, and he finds a way to just overwhelm it. I think after that, you just have this twist to the way the draft plays out in your favor.
Oh, but now we finally get the information. Gorge, our opener, and we open Ottomans.
Wow, this is
鄂图曼对蒙古。Magic 有用鄂图曼打赢小的蒙古，不过他们之后有研究到，蒙古是有办法去应对的。
It has to be M Lord himself. The thing is, those military schools 150 wood.
我觉得他是很明显，这张图 Beastie 会拿蒙古出来，我觉得这是很明显的。然后 Marino 是他对他的鄂图曼有信心吧。
I think it's going to be expensive for a different reason. We saw Recon try to do a multi-TC build as the Ottomans against Mr. I don't think his idea was wrong. I just think Mr. outmaneuvered him. He out-transitioned, and that was what's so remarkable about that game. I've talked to a few players, and they seem to the agreement that this might be the type of map with the Ottomans where you do go for a secondary TC. A lot of them, you just want to play out military school spam. But especially when you're up against a civ like the French, you know, if you misplay the early phase and they start to get a few knights up, they get chivalry in, they have this ability to efficiently use their troops rather, instead of losing them over time to your passive production.
That's the crazy thing, right? They can move in, move out, kill some of your reinforcements. Yeah. Especially with Ottomans, you feel like you want to have the swarm and don't want to like really think about production. You just want to fight. You just want to put your army in their face.
但是蒙古有可能在你火枪出来之前把你干掉。
You know how I talk about Abbasids and how just throw those villages away. They're only 25 food each, right? It's like that with military units. Oh yeah, just throw those away. They're free.
They only cost time.
Yeah, and well. We already saw how another civ used time very well, the Delhi, right? They kind of dictate the pace, and that's why I always looked at the Ottomans like I called them the delayed Delhi, right? When we saw a matchup yesterday between Delhi and Ottomans, I actually thought that the Delhi might be favored, but you know, Ottomans still came out.
我觉得大几率是在4支球结束啊，这个组合。
The my brain is the French time somehow even faster and more reliable than what the Delhi achieved between 15 and 20 minutes.
应该开局了吧？看他们手一直在动。
But for it paying off, it still takes a bit longer. While if you have like 3 military schools, you're fine.
It's fine time.
对啊，我觉得我看到我就觉得我已经觉得痛了。好了，鄂图曼对蒙古。先看开局，哎，这边 Beastie 我觉得运气蛮好啊。木头旁边有王金，这张图木头旁边有王金的几率不是很大，但是他去砍树这边有点没有混好啊。你看他砍树的位置，这2只村民在砍2棵不同的树，而且远到爆炸。你想要最好的理想状态是5只村民都砍同一棵树。那他现在换位了，但是就浪费了一点点时间。目标他这边直接砍树，拿完10木，这边盖长矛，但是因为这个砍树一开始没有拉好的原因，所以应该会浪费一点点时间。然后这边很明显，刚才有挖到石头，也算是一个蛮正常的鄂图曼开局吧。这东西我是超级难弄的，好不好？要是你要用它来抓羊，你要注意力很集中，因为你蒙古要干很多事情。他村民有用个 shift 盖完直接跑去回去抓羊。OK， 他用 Mansion 那种打法，直接盖兵营，像这2边都盖长矛去守。对付方法是我知道什么，是小李不知道，就是你看探到之后，你村民不要出去。你有可能这边盖个塔去守，然后上时代2，因为对方投资超级多资源用来盖长矛，他上时代2的速度会很慢。那看到 Beastie 把村民拉了出来，我就觉得对 Marino 来说是蛮好的情况。他还没有探到那兵营哦。因为现在其实 Marino 的长矛数量是可以比他的还要多的，你看有2只，那塔有可能盖不出来，就是他知不知道 BC 在这里是另一个问题啦。他有可能不知道 BC 的长矛已经在这里了，那这个塔盖得出来就很大问题了。他不知道被谁在盖耶，他长矛数量是比较多的，而且搞什么鬼？现在想要去发王星，要发现个塔在那边就很搞笑了，会。对啊，太搞笑了！我现在，小挖王星。 哦，还好 ，Busy 没有先攻击到那个。OK， 他的做法是，你在这边盖塔，我就不管了，我直接冲你家去干你的宝宝。但是 Busy 那边有个好处，他的黄金在 TC 范围内，所以他上时代不会被影响到。 Busy 那边就，我来继续盖塔好了。Busy 还直接补长矛，我会觉得其实不补长矛上时代2会比较好一点点啊。不过他好像看到，他有看到 Marino 后面没有补兵。 我觉得现在，Busy 优势很大，因为王金那边盖了个塔，长矛也没有办法把这个敖包给干掉。对，有可能那边第2塔也会盖出来哦。 最主要是这边啊，让他把这个黄金的塔盖完，这个失误有点太大。跟10打1把鼓手啊叫了出来，因为这是根据你盖多少兵来确定你会盖多少只的。 上时代了 ，Beastie 会先上完，然后也盖了个塔，能盖得出来吗？能盖得完吗？这个还在这边抓羊。应该会炸掉了，不过被炸掉其实这东西还好，我觉得。 你这东西被干掉150木头了，但是有拖到时间，有点小失误，没有木头，所以小弓盖不出来，也不算是小失误，我觉得这个失误，我觉得我不知道这算不算失误了，因为他现在要是有靶场这边守得很好，还是觉得他没有需要这样做。 因为这边有上 buff 哦，2点防御，2点增加2点防御力，那影响力是超级大的。我觉得他正面直接硬刚可以刚得赢，不过他可能会先等他想要先等升级了。这塔有阻止到对，这2位评价上是最强了。不过 Marino 小组赛就输了一场给 Magic。 我觉得打得赢啊，虽然是7只打9只，但是因为有什么拿攻击速度，是不是按错了？进防的比较厉害啊。看下 Beastie 为什么要做？ OK， 这边补塔，补起来了这个，看这塔能不能盖完了之后，补木头，有去直接打猎哦，难怪这个蒙古包没有拉回来，因为他想要打猎。 手之是猜，没有瞄准这鼓手、哦，应该是先塞这只哦。这东西比较贵哦。 Marino 选的是打时代2，盖了一个塔。Beastie 这边长矛跑过来，就在 Marino 的兵不在家的时候，这攻击时间点很好。被野猪干了一只村民，还好只掉一只。这边是想要抓的，会看到对方的王金吗？没有看到。他很明显是知道 Marino 在某一个位置挖王金的，因为他刚才有一个塔，有看到 Marino 没有在那边，所以他现在去找，他的王金区域在哪里？你要想要上城，所以没有在盖兵。有可能兵会被干掉，但是有争取到时间，让自己上城。侦察兵没有很好，被干掉。OK， 掉10只长矛这边。他想烘烤那些兵，就是让自己的长矛不掉血，然后把对方的兵都干掉。会被打到吗？没有被打到。这东西在 TC 范围还是蛮好用啦。这塔没有升级耶。就看，不过Marino 这边是没有视野的，所以他其实不知道对方在打猎的。可汗很烦，最好的做法就是有一次用满是追他。有补的，刚好没有看到。哦，对方不是，但是远呢，巡视打猎啊，靠对方上时代了。看这可汗。没有用马去捉，工程器出来哦，研究了。OK， 在这只盖2只了，没办法多盖。会凯到位置吗？没有凯到，会让他会跑掉了这东西。然后旁边其实这边还可以补一个石头，在这边盖兵。目前就是缺点问题就是兵不够，他有资源但是兵出不来。这个位置有点没有拉好。Marino 想法就是我就是要现在。时代2，在你时代3兵数量优势出来之前，把你直接给干死，所以他都一直在补兵，他就只能这样做了。而且别忘了，这民族时间你拖得久哦，可以直接这边拿火枪兵哦。冲车 ，OK， 开始在按了。有看到了，这边有看到。不过这边有个弩炮塔升级，没有实物升级。OK， 看一下 Beastie 想有多少兵哦。他有一个兵，只有一个兵很努力在盖兵。给这边想补一个兵营双倍盖兵，那不行。他其实可以把这些鼓手给干死哦。对，干掉了。 Marino 这边算是个失误。那他应该再盖一只吧，就是很贵而已。也没有很贵啊，180资源啊，有点亏而已。我觉得这东西太便宜了，像这么多 buff， 你要是 Beastie， 你会不会在这边盖兵？你应该不会吧？因为这2只盖出来也被干掉。不过相对而言，就是在自己家这边有争取到一点点时间去盖兵，然后 Marino 这兵的组合哦，它长矛其实没有很多，只有7只而已哦。而且现在没有办法上 buff， 这鼓手还在过来的路上。我还以为会冲过去跟他打。而且他要分一点点长矛去守自己家，还想要上时代3哦。我还以为他直接时代2选择硬拼，结果没有。OK， 反而是选择上时代3。这边拿了什么？他选了哪一个？多盖一个军事学员。OK。这边你9只村民要往哪跑？他所有兵都往自己家拉。2土曼不能杀猪哦，不能吃猪哦，所以没有杀。上时代免费头车，但是这个没有被铁杖 buff 到，所以研发速度比较慢。然后选择，还没看到他盖什么兵。还在盖肉马。这么有趣。还是还没想好盖哪种兵而已。哦，盖10字弓啦。有只金马在绕。其实可能他想要骗 Beastie 盖塔或者是盖其他东西防守吧。但是我觉得他刚才直接压过去，是不是有很大机会会直接打赢？那现在这里看到 Beastie 时代3的兵已经盖出来了，盖了很多，而且双 TC 也开了，他还不知道自己双 TC， 他很稳啊，而且不知道为什么他还在盖右马你盖右马是打对方的装甲步兵配金马，其实这边稍微有点没有理解到。这3村跑得有点慢。不过 ，OK， 还好。Beastie 一直都有分散他兵去闹他，但是要是你不小心金马失掉的话，其实你问题也蛮大。然后他没有放长矛在家里防守，又被砍村民，他是单 TC 哦，村民被砍是很亏的一件事情，而且要是不小心可能巨头出来，然后这才青头出来马上被干掉。 哎，怎么有台冲车在家里面？没抓到村民。看一下科技升级，木头第1级没了，就只有一个科技升级。Beastie 刚才就是他其实冰死掉有点亏啦，而且没抓到，但是再来。Beastie 现在就是他兵其实死的蛮多、啊，可以看军事单位是50对48，他死的是10在3的兵，而且家里面的黄金没了，要出来挖，可是 Marino 会让他挖的这么轻松吗？我觉得应该不会，有可能会直接被压这边给打死。哦！寺庙被砍住了，2个圣物没了，没了200黄金的资源，这个会有点惨。然后这边也被看到，那 Beast 应该要完蛋了。我觉得补双 TC 那边有点。可能是他为了补双 TC 那边打输，那感觉上要GG了。Beastie， 你看这兵的数量哦，差距有多大？那 Beastie 是没有办法守得住的，那就GG了。那 OK 哦，还行。主要我觉得是不是 Beastie 偷一个双 TC 有点太贪心，会不会10在3跑去冲过去硬刚比较好？资源那边，你看资源最后还是 Marino 比较多啊，有搬到3个圣物，我觉得会不会搬圣物也要不盖 TC， 多点兵比较好。不过也很烦了，因为2土曼他有那个鼓手去上 buff 是非常非常厉害的，那都很难搞。那很难说，他们可能有练习过，觉得这样做比较好吧。但是不过我真的觉得 Marino 其实4代20阶冲车赢的机会很大，不过结果他还是有打赢，就真的对方那个没办法用到那个敖包去双倍盖兵，然后工程器升级也一直研究不出来。所以2土曼是很厉害啦。对啊，我是觉得一开始那个塔有盖在黄金的优势是很大，但是 Marino 好像认对还是很快。对，2土曼因为可以免费拿兵，然后盖兵速度比较快。我觉得盖兵速度那个东西可以 nerf 一下，那个 buff 太多了，我觉得有点。你盖兵快，然后有鼓手上 buff， 而且你的还有一个额外可以免费拿兵拿羊。
Because I wanted to avoid that, tried to get the variety in to make sure I'm prepared for everything. I came as one of the higher seeded players, and my first match is someone I'm very comfortable playing against, and overall group I feel pretty good. Both groups are really, really difficult, but I think going into potentially playoffs, I like my group and my chances. You know, best of threes are always scary in the group stage, but as long as I make it into the playoffs, best of fives or maybe even best of 7 series, I think suit me way more. And my main goal is just getting basically out of the best of 3 stages and going into longer series. So far the event's been great. You know, seeing everyone and meeting the new players has been really fun. I have been competing for quite a while, so I do have LAN experience, and I'm just looking forward to, you know, playing once again and competing. As long as I play my game and I do what I practiced, I should be able to do really well. Most confident, probably the AoE2 guys, because they haven't had as much practice. Specifically, I want to play against the Viper. He beat me at the chess game earlier, and I'm pissed, and I need my revenge.
Always great to hear from our favorite Serb. You know,
He's not my favorite Serb.
Really? Oh, that's right. You've got
my second favorite Serb.
Like, he still made the top 5. We'll have to fill out that list, but definitely a favorite of a lot of people here. Beastie, of course, always been a stable community from day one. Marine Lord not far behind him, and you know he's just thinking through it. He's processing. You know, how do we do this? What's going to be the play? Because we mentioned the possibility of something like 4 lates coming out. The whole idea is you flip the script, right? Because right now we were talking through the predictability of where each of these civs should be picked.
I still believe that BCQD is more likely to go for something like Mediterranean, his own home map, where he clearly has a plan. HRE could absolutely be an option there. We have seen him multiple times trying to get all the wood advantage there using the prelate. Still hasn't really decided on something. And like, they're taking their time, like thinking very intensely. Obviously, they know how much there's on the line.
I know it's not for that, but the background is kind of making it's like it's a water map, guys. Look, there's water in the background. There's even a ship right there.
Oh,
I mean, it's a high probability we get a water map, right?
We have Boulder Bay, Mediterranean.
I see water on the draft. It must be. So it's 4 legs.
Roos Abbasid?
I think so.
Okay.
We get confirmation.
罗斯对
This just screams 4 legs.
阿伯斯应该是
Boulder Bay. All right. So they are flipping the script.
哪张图啊
The thing I was going to
很
say
明显
is
是
this
海
is
图
4 legs.
啦
This is just like
我觉
following the
得
script. People still think Roos is good, but Abbasis is better. Abbasis is dominant. We saw that from Mr. Roos are
我觉得罗斯不
0
强
wins
可
on
是
Boulder Bay on 4 legs so
看
far.
一下
They
吧
just get dumpstered.
这版本
Despite
罗斯
the
被
STCF.
砍
But I
很
love the
惨
fact that
很
we're
惨
flipping the script a little here. I think Abbasids could have a use in Boulder Bay because we've seen some spawns where you're super tight next to each other. And if you just mass docks, you can get emplacements, and the Roos player can't do anything.
But we have not seen that yet on Boulder Bay, right?
Not yet.
I think we have seen some Boulder Bay games where like they were within one screen, and arrow emplacements for the dogs would have been crazy good. But right now it was full water play. Plus, how much are you slowing yourself down, right? The opponent then goes for galleys, you put 100 stone in there, and then you have something that shoots some water but nowhere else. The other guy can go for emplacements a bit later. Then it's a stalemate, but you're so far behind in economy on land.
The tough part of doing it against Roos.
Free DB 有在打吗？不是还在打2对2吗？没有注意他。K 了，海盗湾这张图是，这海的被大减少。以前海基本上大半张图，现在就变成一个角落。昨天他有看，没有看啊。你现在罗斯变成打单称察兵，我总觉得怪怪的。我不觉得罗斯这张图的优势很大。你的优势都在于你的渔船不需要回码头，可是新海鱼 这边很接近码头啊，那其实这优势也没有很大。我不知道罗斯的这张图的想法是什么。中国跟神罗这张图比较厉害，我听说是这样。哎，对，忘了换回这个游戏模式。 因为截图视窗那边会这 lag 了，要换回去。那现在应该是 OK 了。要是再 lag， 应该是这张图的问题。对，应该是这张图的问题。 那只能尽量不看海了，可是也很难。游戏内会，也没办法现在再去调低一下，好像要重开这东西，游戏要，那算了。这张图应该很快就结束，就是了，就是打海水打赢就结束。 关一下小东西。双码头这边盖了出来哦，会小地图都会看到。所以先升级的是罗斯，罗斯应该等一下会渔船换成战船，直接去往前压，就看能不能把对方压死。差点掉一只侦察兵。 先补的是这个打猎营哦，没有都是防止啊，没有选要盖塔，再补一个伐木营。5分钟升级。 还没有看到渔船往前压，但是这个位置很接近了。对，你看他们这些已经在变哦。Marino 这边现在才开始挖黄金上时代，所以这边会先被攻击掉。但是它有2个码头，有3个码头应该说。 这边应该躲进去，然后战船要是拉过来这边的话，这边渔船又可以退回出来抓鱼了。这是村民叫出来的，他们有说，你可以帮你的船去补血，然后那村民不会被打到。 应该换成左边呢，但是侦察兵 OK， 他知道一件事情，直接多盖码头，上时代之后盖战船。Beastie 这边现在要盖第2个码头，塔有盖出来吗？现在盖20%的木头包，只有3只渔船在捕鱼。 所以的话，他怎么样利用资源去盖船呢？你这个盖出来的时候，卖木头，然后用黄金买食物吧。跟我的想法是， 应该是 hitbox 的问题。他们说，要是你卡在海里面，那只你的战船一直在攻击对方的战船，然后就打不了对方村民。OK， 弩炮船出来了，但是还是只有一艘，而且这边也有一艘自爆船。哎，那没有东西的杀这台自爆船呢？现在。你要是被炸到就完蛋哦！什么事情发生呢？不过还有就是了，直接GG，这是我说啊，这张图肯定会结束很快啊，2比0。果然是很快哦，被扎了2艘之后，拜拜，谢谢。
It's perfectly. We've actually seen players GG out very early on this map. Boulder Bay. I think Viper comes to mind. I talked to a few players. The feeling was, the demo ships came out a bit too soon for him, and he didn't have value for them. You have to time it perfectly with the roost, because if you don't.
然后 Marino 刚才好像一艘不小心自己爆了。
Absolutely crazy, and so many fishing ships were still in the dock, so there's no way that you can maybe sacrifice your fishing ship going in front of it.
不是 Marino 是罗斯吗？还是我算错？BC 是罗斯啊，那我搞错了，是1比1吧？我怎么以为是 Marino 是罗斯？看错。
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the splash damage, with all the arrows in the air, they are going to die after that. You try to micro, but it's going to be really ugly. And those 2 demos, absolutely perfect. Security, he puts out the.
I'm glad to see it. I said this is going to be close. This could easily be 5 games, and you're seeing like the next steps, right? They're trying to play 1 step ahead of each other. They're very patient in their timings. I've seen other players try similar strategies, but they're a bit too fast. They're a bit too quick to pull the trigger, and they don't get that bullseye headshot. Instead, they give you like a flesh wound on the arm.
Yeah, it was a flesh wound, but they finished it off with the galleys afterwards.
Yeah, decapitated.
Looking at the draft.
说是弩炮船被自爆船炸掉，然后就 GG 了。你这边他们一开始选了自己有什么民族，然后只能用这些。你看 BC 这边有2次蒙古，因为每个民族有2个在表象，所以你可以选同一个民族2次。要是对方没有选到的话，然后你还可以 ban 2次民族的感觉。
Woodlines usually can spawn forward if you see they forward spawn, you block him with outposts. Because I'm wondering like where he could say he's probably not gonna. I'm going crazy here. It's gonna be HRE, I think. But then if you pick HRE, you're kind of forfeiting Medi. No. Unless you've got a crazy strat, because Marino still has HRE.
Yeah, I think it should be HRE mirror, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And then I think Mongols actually become more and more reasonable, because Delhi, we are never going to see them on Forlex, so Delhi has to be for Prairie.
Could you imagine?
Mongols has to be the pick here for Forlex.
Could you imagine there is someone they know about Delhi for Forlex that we just don't know? I don't know what it would be.
No way.
Maybe another ball spawns close to someone's base, right?
What was that all about?
That's crazy.
The board that close
it because I don't think they used to spawn that close, but there's more board now, right? So it gets wacky.
And then instantly moving away to the other goal, but it was still too close. And then he just got
range on that pig is insane.
Yeah.
Right. Like it holds a grudge. You know how we say elephants they have a memory they never forget?
Boards.
That pig
board.
Yes.
Oh, Marilyn also was a bit off with his eco balance. Obviously, those fishing ships were so often idled. Yes. But at one point, he was sitting at like 900 wood and couldn't really produce anything else.
Unfurl the flags, my friend. It is
神罗对罗斯，那哪张图啊？应该还是打海了吧？因为有这2个民族。
Is it tower rush against HRE?
I think like it's Mongols or Ottomans. I think he might try something on land with Ottomans.
马力费的爆炸。
Oh, that seems like
it sounds really weird, but like where else is he going with Ottomans? Because he's still got Mongols, and I think he wants them for Prairie.
费到爆炸，而且不是一般的费。
Sure, but like the thing is, when these series go on, when you see these curveballs like we just saw there with the Basses coming out on Boulder Bay, now you change your plan, right? That's the beautiful thing. I love that in Age of Empires 4. One thing that makes it so sophisticated. Imagine if you could just pick whatever civ you want all the time. You just I counter you, right? It turns into a game. You activate my trap card, but the beautiful thing is the drafting phase makes this game so beautiful and elegant. And it gives you ways to throw your opponent off their plans with throwaway civs and whatnot. But nothing to throw away here. All strength coming out.
果然又是有鱼的图。不是偏右，直接是飞。现在比赛有拿玛丽出来的玩家都输掉，玛丽胜率是0%，在比赛上面。我没想到他们红牛杯那些选手有这么多时间去研究，还是觉得玛丽会行得通。那张图看一下资源位置，比起红牛杯打的时候，现在捕鱼的数量稍微有 nerf 到一点点。这边 Marino 的路的位置很接近，那他应该会杀得很快。现在罗斯不会再双侦察兵哦。然后 Busy 这边，我就先抓点羊，然后再去杀戮了，也不用急，因为你打的是单侦察兵。我之前 Puff 没有打到，我打 Puff 的时候已经是改版，他们现在选手在打这版本了。我还是不觉得这张图罗斯很强，应该没有吧？我有听说有消息，有可能明年会有一个100万美金的比赛，不过听说而已，是帝国2那边的职业选手说出来的消息，我不知道是真的还是假的。我还是搞不懂为什么这张图会选罗斯，我觉得现在不想，我这场盖的超级快哦，10代1 3分钟就盖了。有团体战呢，年底的时候。路途好像也是单侦察兵。说起 Viper， 他之前他女朋友在 Twitter 乱说话，然后有一堆帝国4的玩家都不满。他女朋友在 Twitter 上面说。我觉得好像是帝国4摧毁了我的周末。他说这样说，他觉得帝国4就感觉一堆不认识的人集中在一起，然后他觉得帝国2的玩家全部像朋友一样，然后说他女朋友就一直被骂，然后 Viper 还有之后发文章说，我觉得两边的社区都很好，是因为他女朋友乱说话的原因。Viper 本来之前有说打完红油杯他之后不会再打帝国4，不过那是好几个月之前说的东西，我不知道现在会不会还是这样。看他女朋友还不是一条贴文呢，他之后有人回应，他还继续说，那我觉得靠，你这个是不是有点太过分了？ 因为他说，哎，就是因为你们帝国4的朋友的人要打比赛，我那些帝国2的朋友要从酒店里面搬出来让位置。版本是越改越不错，但是就是打海的感觉，就是一直他们都找不到感觉怎么样去改，就不是很爽。对，就比起以前是好很多了。就是真的是打海是一直都不是很平行，这时代真的盖场盖的超级快。神诺真的因为这边有上 buff 的关系。资源是蛮多的 ，OK， 这个盖在这里，而不是选择这个位置，主要还是可以多上木头的 buff 啦。而且在2个木头位置中间，疆图后面都没有木头哦，两边，所以你要是正面被打爆的时候，你就没办法挖木，就有可能被干掉。Marino 这边就是没有盖场，那这边不能盖吗？为什么没有来这里啊？你要去哪里？这样也行。你要盖码头，我在上面盖个墙，让你盖不出来。但是这边是不能盖吗？为什么没有盖在这里？没办法顶掉，所以我不知道是不是不能盖。那双方都会很爽的去捕鱼啊！你要神诺这边哦，资源快可以直接上10代3呢。就看他选哪一个地标了。你要 Marino 这个 Busy 不太喜欢盖城主，会打城主宫殿，他好像都会。盖大教堂，不是他打法就本来是偏向比较防守的玩家。OK， 这边侦查边有探到10只村民，有看到对方盖地标，盖城主宫殿，这次是盖城主宫殿。那 Marino 要怎么样去守？他有看到哦，城主宫殿出来，铁杖也出来哦，他兵还没开始盖哦。那你是要盖金马配小弓了，因为你只盖金马就会被对方长矛干掉，你盖小弓就会被对方双甲步兵干死。只靠2个在这个位置，他还像10代3呢。哇靠，你的行得通吗？我是觉得。他这边要保持一直盖兵就是了，守得住吗？我对这个是非常有疑问呢。对，可以看到一堆双甲步兵跑出来，而且有升级的装甲步兵也可以暴打金马。这只没有视野嘛？对，没有视野打不了村民。他这个还好，他有拖到对方 Beastie 双甲步兵过来的时间，而且还只掉1只小弓而已。还有抓到1只村民，这有赚了。刚说完你就送1只侦察兵，对，升级了。Marino 这边有办法盖足够的兵吗？他需要10只弓，这边也需要啊。你要看一下资源，资源基本两边基本上一样。渔船还有在补，我觉得还是很危险啊。他要盖兵速度还是不是很快啊？ 没有石头，没有升级塔。要看到 Marino 的，他金马掉了之后有多补侦察兵开视野。OK， 金马再来抓村民，但是哦反应很快，有看到对方长矛出来。 圣物有在搬了一个，有搬其他吗？地图上没有看啊，有搬其他。那这城主宫殿没办法做到一波带走了。一直催着他们打。你要去哪里？还是被抓到？那 Marino 守得住了。然后还后面。 一直给压力，哇，这个打得非常非常好。不过这教堂真的 buff 木头 buff 的超级多，我还把那个教堂给干掉了。没有盖兵，换右马这边有看到，他的城主宫殿接口没有拿到什么优势耶。我还以为 Bisty Marino 那边刚刚盖兵速度守不住，没想到他有办法守住。 挖石头不知道是要双 TC 还是要盖大型箭塔在前面。有看到对方右马了，因为选择往后爬而是去打。OK， 继续给压力，10只弓。OK， 死超级快。那边村民被抓到。OK， 两边互相抓对方的村民。这边要小心，好像是对方兵太多，会压过来把 Marino 的兵都干死了。你怎么跑了？对方一只右马，一只金马而已。 OK， 现在守得住了。石头，应该算是 Marino 有优势啊。这边兵全部都被干掉，然后家里面这边还是没有死。一样对方挖木头这边没办法上包，圣物数量也比较多，双 TC 也出来。 我在想说罗斯那个怎么样守，没想到守的超级完美，还把 Bisty 压在家里面，死伤是30对10。一开始我有说到了，这两边木头在前边，你要是木头被烦的话，你就一直没办法木。所以他有石头去盖 TC， 但是没有木头去盖。 而且数量多的时候，右马打10只弓也不是很厉害。但是他也没办法挖木头盖青头。 那感觉这场要继续了，又去。哎，这边是不是有一艘自爆船？这样的跑去拆那码头，结果怎么有一艘自爆船站在这边？很明显，这 base 完全被打乱了。他也有点搞不懂自己要改哪种兵。波普了7个兵营。渔船有补吗？没有，他忘了一个升级，一个捕鱼升级哦。这科技其实超级厉害，只需要250资源，然后你的效率增加20%，算是我觉得 Marino 唯一一个我看到他的缺点就是他不太会升级科技，特别经济，应该说经济科技他常常不会升级，这是我发现的一件事情。要是刚才有跑一只村民出来把那个墙补起来，那 Marino 兵真的全部干掉死掉。合理他的目标是先把这些国土拥捕都点死，然后就可以正面打赢了。这10只弓还是掉的蛮多了。这边主要有16只长矛，还是要点一下这国土拥捕。然后马太多了，问题就是有个问题是，正面打得赢吗？好像是 OK 哎，但是还有3只国土拥捕补过来。没有啦，那些马都死光了，马太多了，被长矛干掉。有一点亏，其实那些，你看那个死伤被追回来了，刚刚领先20只兵的。然后 Beastie 要上帝王哦。OK， 地标盖在哪里？应该盖在木头旁边吧。OK， 往下跑。他在哪里盖？找不到。盖这里哦。这位置在家外面呢，很危险哦。其实我觉得这样做，继续刷他木头。就是你这个地标在 TC 外面，那在你家外面，要是被 Marino 看到你，可能一只村民都盖不出来。收入差距看一下 ，Marino 领先。这次有升级法，但是我觉得没有升级的捕鱼超级大问题。20%的失误，没有看到那个时代4地标在哪里。我觉得要是有看到这东西哦，那就继续了。大型舰，你看这个东线大型舰塔就手都没有，他真的是赌 Marino 不会跑来这边。 村民93只。哎，工兵被砍住。那这边可以砍出他们的位置，哎，直接把牧场给炸掉，来拆心头。小弓很多，但是小弓打双掌步并不痛。没想到刚才 Marino 优势还超级大的，现在优势基本上都没了。他就是没有看到的东西而已。OK， 这边现在场也补起来了。也不一定一转啊，因为其实 Marino 还是有人口的优势的。有海图有鱼的情况下，那时代4低标其实也相对没那么明显。是不是真的没看到这东西？拆房子哦，这些东西被拆是不是影响不是很大就是了。OK， 盖了一堆，哎，我还以为那些是国土用补，现在没有国土用补。没有图书馆，图书馆还没盖出来，所以还没拿到那些超级厉害的步兵，资源还是被压很低。那我还以为那个大型舰团直接压在这里。要是 Busy 没守住这边就完蛋了，因为他把所有剩下的兵都用来去守。他没有了，还是觉得哎还不能打。木头还是没办法挖，这边两边没有，还有一点在这边挖。哎，有看到这时代4地标了。哎，房子一直被拆，人都卡住，村民出不来，码头被干掉。哎，有一艘自爆船，那这范围可以炸掉吗？看一下，应该有点太远。你要干嘛？罗斯也上时代4了，这有自爆船就没有用到。他还有多一个码头吗？没有多一个哦。这边所有的渔船都没办法工作了。那 Busy 完蛋了，我是觉得看一下吧，这边能不能守得住？哎，好像可以守得住。哦，有一个火炮塔。OK， 那还好。想说要完蛋，结果哎还好，就是因为兵都被这个塔给干掉。紧急收礼。火炮塔还是超级厉害，那 AOE 伤害，特别是你工兵的时候。那现在码头也补回来了，但是资源还是经济还是稍微有点烂。伐木升级第1级也没有升级哦，手推升级也没有哦，其实，所以它是任何一个经济升级都没有哦，反而升级了采矿升级第1级， 其他都没有。我觉得大家很多时候玩家都应该习惯了手推车，自己很早去研究，结果就打到后期发现，哎，原来我一直都没有研究过手推车。对看是不是这样？我还是不懂为什么 Marino 超级喜欢盖右马就是了。因为对方很多长矛，然后也有国土拥捕，他就一直盖右马，史上宴变成 BC 领先。火枪兵没有在盖火枪兵，反而是在盖小弓。Marino 有时候那些配兵我是看不懂的，但是也不知道为什么又行得通，那才是最奇怪的东西。难道一转了吗？因为罗斯的火枪兵超级厉害啊，而且比较便宜，所以不太懂为什么他们不盖。也没有爆死木啊，他捕鱼升级还是一直没有升级啊。你说右马吗？可是你盖装甲步兵跟长矛也行啊，也是主要耗食物的兵种啊。他这样右马是冲过去打对方长矛而已。火炮出来，还有150寸，还是 OK。对啊，我觉得长矛厉害啊，但是罗斯不是应该盖火枪兵吗？他特别喜欢用小钩，我是这样觉得。圣物的还在升级的神罗城堡是非常难拆的，这东西超级难处理。这个火炮没有注意好，被干掉。可是，当对方装甲步兵、长矛都在盖的时候，你要完全不点到对方重步是很难的一件事情。这个有可能 TC 盖，没有，应该还有紧急收了一次，但是应该最后还是被打爆。BC 那边其实人口一直都没有满，一直都上不去。难道是为了骗对方？用马是为了骗对方盖长矛吗？然后小弓就有用了？会不会他的理解是这样？只要我一直盖长矛，你就一直盖；只要我一直盖用马，你就一直盖长矛，那我的小弓就有用了。难道想法是这样？他的大型线塔把对方的火炮给反杀了，因为升级了火炮，然后还有那个圣木放在里面，所以攻击距离特别远，有12点攻击距离，96点的伤害。英格兰被 ban 了，英格兰也是太厉害了。 哎，火伤兵出来了。但食物其实有点低哦，这个数量都靠渔船而已，所以它可能要种田。哎，步兵升级还没有升级。 BC 还没有满人口，但是这场呢从来没有满过人口。他村民数量其实130多已经足够了，只是场上他的兵不够而已。他很多时候是兵营有点不够，所以他现在160人口打对方200人口。 哇！直接贴脸贴到对方大型箭塔去打，可是是不是有点太嚣张了？你看刚才那个烫油，全部兵没了一半血。对啊，所以刚刚跑到那个大型箭塔底下去打，真的太嚣张了。结果，哎，我的兵怎么血都没了？ 哎，不要过去啦！对方一个火炮摘下来，你的兵都死光了。哎，那东西是不是 buff 了？是不是有 bug？ 所以没办法发射火炮。因为我知道大型箭塔有时候会 box 掉哦，没有攻击哦。我觉得好像有 box 啦。 都没有发射火炮，对，应该是 box 的。那 box 从游戏刚出的时候就有，但是很多人都打的时候不会注意自己的大型箭塔有没有一直攻击。看到2个在这边，但是某人应该选择不管这里吧，有选直接硬拆他的家吧。人口之后，这是快要满了，可是从哪里伐木？哎，这边村民是掉光还是跑掉？应该是跑掉了，因为他有144村。这边也是头太铁了吧？我知道大家对方在盖右马，可是对方也有很多小弓，你就看一堆长矛出来。那你要怎么样去杀对方的小弓？还有 可以直落去头直接你没有看到我跑。他是有巨头去拆这个吗？这是怎么样死掉的？哦，对对，有巨头。然后剩下这个是没有升级火炮的。自己跑回去，被炸到。失误不够，双方6点。感觉 Marino 要赢啊 ！Beastie 盖的兵都是一直只能防守而已，然后也没有工程器去推大型舰塔。然后地图上的石头应该也没什么剩下来了。你看这边1个1、2、3、4、5被打爆了5个大型舰塔。所以这是你一直盖右马，然后对方盖长矛，你就配小弓去打，这样搞吗？就是看他一直盖右马，冲进长矛的原因吗？这样为了让他的小弓有用。死伤看一下，死伤 Marino 领先。然后因为有这么多小弓的关系，神罗这边也没法盖国土用步。他的想法可能是盖长矛配右马这样去打的，但是感觉像他好像兵数量都一直输 Marino， 然后每次打正面都打不过，工程器也一直被对方的右马给拆掉。你看巨头这边一直都没有死 ，Beastie 王星也没了，因为总算记得要升级科技了。他那个手推是最后有升级到吗？对，有升级到。要继续了，要继续了。这反应很快哦！你看这颗巨头，那个青头才刚出来，扔了一发被躲到，然后马上被弩炮给点爆。这个后兵反应超级快。没有选在那边贴了大型箭塔哦。你看那个火炮攻击距离有个远的，刚刚前面就是那个不知道为什么 bug 掉，没有发射火炮，现在这个有发射火炮的，你看这个攻击距离远到爆炸。不过资源一直被干也不是办法啦。人口应该没错，还没有满。 没有拆掉这个塔，有紧急收礼的原因。Marino 这场就一直压着 Beastie， 让他整场基本上人口都没有满去打他满人口，所以可能就是因为这样，所以他黑兵没有很好也行。GG， 打得超级凶 ，Marino 这场。不过我觉得这个中间 Beastie 那个大型线塔有 box 没有发射火炮，那个影响超级大。我不知道他们有没有注意到，我刚刚是有发现，怎么你的小弓跟火枪兵站在那边都没有被对方的 AOE 给打死，就是因为那个 box 架没有发射。OK， 我去个洗手间再回来。
One more game, just one more game, and then one more game. But where that gets difficult is the drafting element. You still have to be aware there's a 5th game, but you can't fixate upon the fact that this could end soon.
And Marine Lord obviously still has HRE, and we still have Maddie there. So one of the crazy sifs still an option for our Frenchman.
And well, our Frenchman's got to be feeling confident, and we're going to go check in on him. We had a chance to interview him. I want to see how confident he was coming into this series.
My nickname is Marine Lord. I'm from France and I'm 27 years old. I play pretty much all day long. I do my best to find like good practice partner and make sure I have the best chance coming up. Just play not like 16 hours a day, right? Not too much, but 12 hours a day I think is a lot, but that's what I have to do to make sure I win. I don't really have an opinion about my group. I think it's pretty much even with everyone, so I think if you just play well you're gonna win, and if you don't play well you're gonna lose, so playing well will make me go first in my group. And playoff will be for sure pretty hard. Every player is good here, and top 8 is even better obviously. Best of 5 it's not like bad obviously, but it's still like only 3 games and you're out, so it can go very quick. So like I don't know, like you just have to play your best every day in this format. And for sure it's the first time I play in a castle, but I'm very used to offline events. It's been a while though, because obviously with COVID we don't play as much offline, but now it just feels like an offline event in a very beautiful place. Devastating. Because of his face. His face is very scary. Not because of his gameplay, he's pretty bad. Obviously the last seed player are not as good on paper, so technically you are more confident against them, but I know like everyone is trying very hard. Even if they are lower seed, I will prepare for them and I will make sure I win cleanly.
First time in a castle, but you wouldn't think of how comfortable he was with all those castles in that game.
Yeah, putting them everywhere, and at the moment he saw one of Beasties, just destroyed them. So many traps there. Emergency repair couldn't even stop him. Also did a nice job of constantly sniping those bombard cannons over and over again.
Yeah, it's nice to see the French Maginot line working, as in he's the Frenchman. It's a historical classic for them, and it just comes out ahead for him. I love the pivot and trebs, like the patience to just not rush Imperial. I think in older patches, getting Imperial is like just get it as fast as possible, win the game. Now it's kind of a bait, right? It almost feels like if you do it, the person goes, you spent how much on that? Okay,
Let's attack.
time to go kill you. And it's crazy because you think you're enabled because of the nature of water maps. You get it so much quicker. We have to remember like Imperial Age came in what, 20, 22 minutes, something like that? Incredibly early.
Yeah, but still, like, Marine Lord had so much Castle Age army left, right? And it took quite some time for BCQD to then take the fights with the upgrades. The first one was really next to his Palace of Swabia, where he cleared everything, kind of stabilized. But behind this, the beautiful setup for Marine Lord, just like his long Castle Age aggression put him so far ahead.
Yeah, and now, well, we have to look forward to potential aggression. Right, what's left? Mediterranean, Prairie, BC have to go to some of those home maps, and Prairie is a very aggressive map, and what I'm seeing is Mongols still available, and I think that's exactly why Marine Lord has been holding this French pick this whole time.
Mongols against French, obviously tricky tower rush. Like, basically, this hasn't changed that much, right? Basically, since like November, December of last year, we constantly had like tower rush and spearmen coming in.
Yeah, and the comparative to think about here is French, they have 5 wins on Prairie out of 8 picks. Meanwhile, Mongols, that started off strong with Mr. flexing with the Magadai build against Swordov, that's the only win they have. They have 3 losses after that. So if that matchup happens, don't think Mongols are king here, unless BC's got some miracle in mind, because the French are, at least by stats standards, the favorites.
Okay, well, that will be certainly interesting to see how it plays out. Obviously, Beastie Cutie, not typically the one that we think of if we hear Tower Rush, right? It's more like, okay, I will try to play it second to CD, I will try to play more defensively, we'll try to play the super long game. But Mongols, if they get into this matchup, he will have to play it.
I'm gonna have to combat Mongols. Tower, he's done his fair share.
Okay.
Like, I think I've talked to Beastie. I think there's this.
Maybe I only tune in after 45 minutes every Beastie game.
You just check it. You just check his like Twitch channel. You see it's 50 minutes long. What a snooze fest! And you just click off of it, come on to like mine, and see I'm losing in 10 minutes. Right? It's much funner that way. But it's the thing I've talked to Beastie, and there's this really inaccurate picture that's painted of him that he's just this guy that ruins the game and goes late, and you know everyone else gets a stage and they're like, I'm not enjoying this anymore, and BC's they're like, hehehe, alright, suffer. That is one face of Beastie. But the other one is, if you want that late game, if you want that greed, if you want it too much, okay, I'm just gonna all in you. I'm gonna end the game now. I can see you want that, I'm not gonna let you have it. Which fits the theme. All he's trying to do is deprive you of whatever you want, your happiness. So don't be surprised. This is painting a mean picture, but it's a smart strategy, right? Like, it allows you to more easily tilt your opponent. It allows you to more easily play those low percentile chances, because you're like, I'm still screwing with him, I'm still annoying him. And it's why I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a 15-minute tower rush down by Beastie to end the game. Not wait 15 minutes, but end the game by 15 minutes.
Oh, Beastie also really good in scouting. Like, what is he doing? He's writing on Discord. Hey, the Muslim here, have a progress against Marine Lord.
He's like, hey,
what should I do? And the Muslim like reads it, but doesn't answer.
No, the Muslim would happily answer as much as possible. Like, let me tell you how to beat that smug son of. It's probably that he's got some ways keeping notes in the Discord, right? Or maybe they're just talking to each other. Greenlaw just randomly DMs him.
Did you just see this game? Do you think you can win HRE?
You think Grus are not MVP? No.
And now he unlearned how ears work.
This is very hard, man. I mean, do you really need ears?
Is this my left ear?
That was my first thing. Players in day 1, like he got on stage.
This么有趣。
Like, put his headphone in and instantly came out. I was like, I hope he knows how to at least do headphones, because I don't know if he's gonna know how to do AU4, of course, magic.
好像他的隐形是自己的坏掉了。
That's the trick. If he starts failing to put his headphones in, that means he's gonna win.
That's how it works?
I think so.
Okay. Learned something today.
Maybe what that is like, I will try to look stupid to Beastie, but I know exactly what I'm doing, and then Beastie underestimates him.
I'm not sure if Beastie looks over there right now.
Yeah, he's too busy looking at the ha message he got on Discord, right?
No, he's just so focused, and Marine Lord probably typing to the Muslim. Did you just see? Bruce game?
Did you see what they do? You could have made finals if you didn't beat me, but I stopped you. Hey, that's the tough part, right? Like, I remember Marine Lord after that Magic series. He got a lot of smack talk his way, and part of it was the frustration. The players like, you ruined the brackets. You may have just screwed someone who could make it deeper by doing this, and well, we are gonna see Delhi.
德里苏丹对法兰西，哎，没有选蒙古哎，这应该是路途，因为有这两个民族。
Most likely,
quite possibly, yeah. And then maybe he just goes land. He just rushes land because the HRE can be incredibly greedy. It's tough though, right? Because they can still build.
有趣哦，我还以为 BC 会继续坚持他路途打蒙古。
He's got something in mind, right? He picked Medi. It is his map, right? This is the correct way, though. I think if you go Mongols, like you just. The stats are against it, and I think the playstyles are against it.
And then you have nothing left on Medi.
哦，还没有开始，哎，应该刚开了。
Yeah, there's no way around that.
有时候可能要重开一下，或者等一下。 你看一下听一下主频道那边有没有开始，就知道了。哎，可以了。 果然是路途。资源位置，黄金跟木头在同一个位置，这蛮好哦，蛮好守哦，这位置。它果也在后面，重要资源都在后面。然后法兰西这边，木头黄金，这个就没那么好，但是一开场就抓到一堆羊在那边聊天，要被抓去。英格兰很强，因为现在你 TC 变慢，有可能你 TC 盖出来就被英格兰贴脸。然后英格兰时代3的地标算是个 TC， 那个东西不会变贵变慢，也相对影响比较小。英格兰本身就很厉害，其实。在大家发现怎么样用的时候，因为它算后期最强的民族其中一个，也可以算是它算是最强。这张图羊数量是比较多，不过这侦察兵就只抓了4头，没有特别多。13头，但是 Beastie 这边自己家应该也探完了吧？15只，现在侦察兵看到最后会多少只吧？这边角落会有吗？没有。不知道，会再看一下。目前好像盖站上的比例比较偏低。OK， 18加13、20、21，这边有多少只啊？15，差6只，多一只侦察兵差6只羊，还好，没有很大影响。你要看的是 Beastie 盖哪一个地标比较有趣？他会盖胜利之塔，还是打以前普通的打法？盖另一个 ，OK， 胜利之塔出来了，这东西被 buff 了，因为 free DB 在用的情况下，他就 free DB 之前有在用，这胜利之塔被 buff 啊。本来就只能范围内盖出来的兵会增加攻击速度，现在所有的兵只要在地图上盖都 OK。那胜利之塔打法是 Free DB 研究出来，然后因为这个版本胜利之塔被 buff 的关系，所以我觉得这地标比较厉害。然后现在双侦察兵去砍村民。你就剩1滴攻击力，对方就会不管你，没有像以前那样那么过分。就算他没有被 ban 也来不了，因为他是没有可能让他拿到威慑。要盖第2个神庙吗？你要需要第2个哦。没有，他刚才有木头而已。OK， 5分多的升级速度，有点慢哎，就是因为它用来盖地标的村民没有很多。OK， 研发科技，因为你要研发科技，还要盖 学者的关系，所以的话，你需要盖2个，不能像那个地标那样子盖1个。金马过来，当然羊有很多，所以可以吃羊。然后 Marino 应该在，还没有挖石头。我看到 Lucifer 那种打法哦，他会先升级法木升科技，再去盖 TC。砍了一只村民。2比1哦，现在是没有挖石头哦，现在不知道之后会不会换啊？现在就是主要是先给压力，然后 BC 这边 OK， 马刚盖出来，所以场上还没有用马。这只被定到。没了一半的血，右马出来要小心哦。还是没有 TC， 反而是多补了一个马厩。这个有够特别哦，多补一个马厩，因为他其实只有4只村民盖挖黄金，他多补一个马厩。也不太能从这个马厩盖金马我还以为会多补一个兵营，没想到是多补一个马厩。那看他用这个马厩来干什么东西啊？然后绕过去抓他木头的村民。我不太懂补一个马厩是什么原因。OK， 可以刷到这只。被干了这行吗？TC 打他是很痛的。他用1只金马，一只换了，用2只村民，有点小亏。对啊，他盖这东西出来也盖不到任何的兵啊，奇怪。反正这木头现在多到爆炸。有400的木头，可以有阻止到1个，这个有够快吗？刚好没有抢到。哇，就是差了0.5秒而已。奇怪，那个马厩。那现在多补第2个靶场。 哎，这边会注意到吗？哎，死掉一村。有阻止到这个，而且把这个也抢回来，很赚。OK， 果然是其中一个马修是完全没有屁用的。Beast 的兵一直被抓、哦，会到爆炸、哦，死伤这4比14。对，那 Beast 感觉像应该会挂掉哎。木头现在位置也超级危险哦，那些伐木位置。然后现在也很难抓一个时间去升级时代3。你要想升级时代3，你就可能直接死掉。他就只能一直打时代2，但是时代2。在金马数量多的时候，法兰西是超级厉害的。再去点对方小攻，又死了2只长矛。金马跑很快，看这边小龟被抓就是了。他的小攻哦，还有点到对方长矛，而不是在打对方起手哦。哇靠，这个红兵厉害，完全红兵刚才那波操作，完全压制了这个 Beastie。这个操作超级变态。刚才直接把对方的长矛偏到左边，然后金把右边插过去，然后长矛基本上都被点光了。在没有长矛情况下，这金马会把所有兵都干掉，应该没有了，但是还是选择先退回去。25对47。这边我觉得要完蛋了，那操作恐怖的要命。因为是输了就没了，所以 Beastie 才还没有弃权而已。但是大家都可以看到，除非是游戏出问题，还是掉线，还是什么的，要不就没有机会。没了。他村民剩多少只啊？37 ，OK， 比我想象中好一点点。 对，没救了。他第二个马秀到底是这个马秀盖出来是什么意思？这边村民也被抓到。这里刚刚15只，看会剩多少只？OK， 剩6只，掉了9只村民。那决赛是 Marino 对 Mr 了。真没想到 ，Marino 开局打的时候还是他第一天还输 Magic， 没想到之后越打越好。我看他打 Magic 的时候，他真的没有打很好，结果现在越打越变态。GG 投降了。但每次看主台都是进广告，很烦。
Who I am can inspire others.
I'm just starting. Watch me grow.
Play music.
The people fear. He was just a step ahead on the micro and the way that he didn't just reach for one advantage, but multiple advantages every time.
Yeah, it was just crazy how he split off. And like the last fight, technically he didn't need to take it, right? He was so confident, wow, your composition is not 100% what it should be, I will punish you first.
And what I love is he played his style with these fast, aggressive type plays, like in that game, like in, I believe it's game 2 and 1. Well, game 2, when it was game 1 in this game. And then you saw a game which, you know, historically is BC style, when we hear about 4 Lakes and the way he likes to play, and yet he beat him there. And that's what you got to have so much respect for. This wasn't just him winning in maps where he gets to play his style. He won on both players. Home terrain, basically.
Yeah, it's so sick, right? And that like is the full story, right? Everyone like said, okay, what a major upset that he lost in game 1, and like some people, like casual fans, were like, yeah, maybe it's just worse than Magic. And no, we have seen how crazy Marine Lord is and how scared Mr. has to be later.
And there's a lot of teasing going on, right? We grill him, but he takes in good heart. He knows, you know, what he does. He improves so quickly. But let's hear it up from Marine Lord. We're going to head across to the stage now and check in with Ellie, because she's ready to interview our second grand finalist.
Congratulations, Marine Lord. That was an amazing play. How are you feeling right now?
I feel great. Honestly, Beastie is a very strong opponent, so when I beat him, it's always I'm very happy about it.
Amazing. The last civ you picked was the French. Now, traditionally, they do get a little bit memed on in the community. What is it about French that you really enjoy? What do you think their strong points are?
They are very aggressive. So I feel like when you're on stage and you tend to make a little bit more mistakes than at home, it's even stronger. And obviously, Prairie is a very good map for them, so I felt like it was a decent pick.
Let's move back in time here to game number 3 on 4 Lakes. I had a question about the Burgrave play from Beastie. It seemed like a little bit of a strange monument to be building and to go up to castle. What did you think about that?
I think it was as a reaction because it saw I was going for pretty much a one-base play. But I think he didn't expect me to go one base and then just sell my wood and go edge 3 like him. So yeah, if he made Burgrave, it would mean we would have a long macro game pretty much, but I would have an edge because Rus is slightly better, even though they got nerfed last patch. He got 2 relics, I got 3, so I was feeling pretty good, but I don't feel like I played that well in the mid game. but it was okay.
Marino 的英
You
文
had
其
some
实
really
不是
excellent
太
truck play
能
with
听懂，
those 90
他的
kilogram
法语口音
projectiles
太重了。
being tossed over the 300 meters. How did you practice that micro? Because you were certainly sniping lots of bomb guard cannons.
I don't think you can practice micro in any way. Like, I guess you can play StarCraft and then you will get a good micro, but like you just have to play a lot and try to see what your mistakes are and just fix them, right? And for the micro, it's a little bit different, but you can watch us too, and you can try to replicate. I think the micro on this game is pretty easy, so should be doable.
And going back to game number 2, which was, I think, your only loss in this series, what were your thoughts on that kind of annoying boar rush that Beastie sent your way?
Yeah, that's fair. Because like it happens a lot in practice, but this time I had both gold very close to the boar, so I was a little bit worried when I saw that at the start. But I was like, maybe he's not gonna use it, but he did. And obviously, like, I just think my game plan was not good on this map. I looked at the draft, and since we vetoed like 4 very good chiefs on water, obviously we would have to play something a little bit weaker. So same for him in like game 5, if we played it, it would have been like Mongols or Ottomans against archery, which is not the best. So yeah, it was pretty much like, okay, I'm gonna try my best, and I'm gonna try to survive this push, but I know like it's a very strong cheese.
Well, you certainly played really, really well, and
Thanks.
we're going to be looking forward to watching you in the grand finals against the Mista. But for now, we will take it back to the analysis and look over some key points of the set. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Yes, congratulations to Marine Lord there. A very well-earned victory against a worthy opponent, Aussie Drongo. Sad to see Beastie Cutie go down, but he did go down fighting.
He did go down fighting. He got a long game in there. I think we saw one.
我觉得神罗那个大时间台有 Box 那个场，要是没有 Box 的话，我觉得 Beastie 是有机会可以打赢的。
Unfortunate for him.
Heading into this, I was talking with Hut, and he was mentioning how Marine Lord does have a more classically aggressive style, and will be looking to, you know, maybe turn the screws on Beastie there, and get out to faster starts, and I think that's what sort of characterised this matchup. But let's talk through it here. Have you got anything you want to mention with the draft, or should we just jump into game 1?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of an interesting draft because we did see an Abbasid pick coming out from Marine Lord.
我觉得那女生太高了。
in the second game, we'll talk more about that, but I think we can jump into game 1.
Game number 1, Mongols versus Ottomans.
我发现打帝国4已经去的玩家都很高。
Talk us through some of the stuff that we saw here.
Yeah, so I just want to first compliment Marine Lord on the build order. Absolutely perfect stuff, and I think a lot of people have been theory crafting about the way for the Ottomans to deal with the Mongols early on in the game, and the way that he went about it, he executed absolutely flawlessly. At every point in the game, he was in control. It might have looked a little bit shaky at sometimes, but to me, watching that, it seemed like there was never a shadow of doubt as to that game's first outcome.
I mean, Ottomans, a new civ. Maybe you can talk in more general terms about some of the lessons, not just from this game and match, but some of the learnings we've found over the course of this week.
Yeah, so I think the number one thing is that coming into this event, Ottomans were considered maybe middle of the pack, and they are very quickly moving towards the top of the pack. And we're seeing a lot of power through their 1 base and 2 base play. So I think a lot of people initially looked at it and said, well, we might try and expand it out a little bit, go for 3 TCs, stuff like that. But it just seems to be an absolute powerhouse. Once they really get going with their military schools, their unique buildings, they seem almost impossible to stop.
Yeah, just the ongoing value from something like a full set of military schools. You know, you get a bunch of them, you get units being drip fed out, and yeah, pushing towards the late game is something that we're learning a lot about in terms of the dominance of the Chinese, the HRE wanting to get the early late game, if that makes sense, and now the Ottomans are finding their place in that realm as well.
Yeah, it seems to be a really strange position because they were just able to apply so much pressure throughout the game that they forced their enemy to invest all these resources that they didn't have to invest into because they've got free units. So then they can take those resources, and similarly to the HRE, they're looking for that later game age up. But the next matchup.
Yeah, game number 3 here. Game number 2.
哦，他有拉这条猪过去哦，我没有看到这个哦，难怪。
Beastie talked to us as we weren't really able to share this because obviously it was told to us.
这张图有时候会发生这种情况，所以以前版本也会。
Perspective of the Rus on water, and we saw it here.
Yeah. He said they are broken. He said they are the best water civ. If I can get it through, I'll get a guaranteed win. It was a guaranteed win. Marine Lord resigning at, 7 minutes into that game. really wonderful positioning there, because we did see from Marine Lord, he went for a bit of a more open strategy with his docks, utilizing the Abbasid bonus for cheaper docks. We saw, I think, 4 or 5 docks all lined up together, and Beastie just dove in there and said, hey, I'm coming home, and took him out.
Forced a final fight where, yeah, he just done enough initial damage, softened him up that this... And we're going to see... I'm looking forward to seeing Beastie's analysis of this when he comes more open, more publicly with his Rus on water strategies here, because it's going to be huge, I think. But now, we saw the Rus for Marine Lord on another water-ish map here, 4 Lakes. Haven't seen a lot of 4 Lakes, but here, talk us through what we saw between the Rus and the HRE on this map.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting clash of civilizations, because both of these civs want to get to the lake.
这码头是不是真的不能在这回事盖？所以才跑这里。
The Holy Roman Empire, they make a lot of infantry, whereas the Rus has got access to the Streltsy, a unique unit that costs less. It's very effective against melee infantry. So a bit of a civ counter in the late game. So I think that Beastie recognized that he needed to take this game out early and did try for a push using the Burgrave Palace, and doing so of 1 TC, which is quite rare, though he does have water. But overall, I think the strategy was solid from Beastie. It was just that Marine Lord identified what he needed to do to defend, and did so perfectly.
And that's what, and that's really what this came down to, is just game awareness, recognizing the path to victory here. And Marine Lord ultimately, I think this is sort of where it began, right? He began to turn the tables, send that constant, steady stream of units over, and the pressure from this point. I mean, look, there were points where Beastie was fighting back against it, but Marine Lord kind of slowly but surely gained the upper hand.
And it definitely felt that way. He was strangling out pieces of the map and forcing Beastie away from it. We saw towards the end of the game that Beastie didn't have any wood source, he didn't have any gold source. He tried to secure up the gold mine down to the bottom of the map, but throughout the game, it was just Marine Lord just really running rings around him.
Well, so what we're going to see here, the way that things develop is into the Imperial Age, we see the landmark built here. You can see it coming up now. And Beastie kind of trying to push south into some of the resources here, and then north as well. You can see gold up there as well. But Marine Lord, right down the middle, divide and conquer. He came straight through this area where the starting TC was, and as a result, trying to fight from 2 positions, it's not what Beastie wanted there.
Yeah, he played it impeccably. Honestly, the way that Marine Lord was playing today, it's incredibly impressive. I feel a little bit of worry for going into the grand finals, knowing that Marine Lord is playing this well. The only reason he really won the second game.
这对 Marine 体力上比较先打，因为是接着打，所以打第2场4强的玩家有点没有，有点劣势，有点不利啊。
I think, you know, as long as both guys are firing on all cylinders, it's 50-50 down the middle. But Marine Lord looked really solid today.
Yep. And we move on now to game number 4, the deciding game here, Delhi versus. It was, sorry, the
French.
The French, yes, that's right. And it's so important that we identify the French here because people just haven't had the respect for this civ that they perhaps deserve. And Marine Lord has not been quiet about this. He hasn't been sitting there going, oh, yeah, no, the French suck. He, as a, you know, red-blooded Frenchman, he's been coming out and defending his people and saying, no, this civ is great. And he put his money where his mouth was.
And it's looking increasingly better as well. You know, coming into this event, as you mentioned, people look at the French and they think, that's a civilization I probably don't want to play that much. It's fallen off quite a bit, but we continue to see the win rate increasing for this civilization, and obviously helped out again by Marine Lord here. This is a difficult matchup, comes a lot down to skill, and there's a lot of things that help Beastie on a map like this. So Prairie, there are plenty of sheep that spawn on the map, and he secured quite a lot of them, but we saw that Marine Lord kept up the pressure past that first 10 minutes, and he was just really in Beastie's face, and because of that, he strangled out Beastie once again, and Beastie threw in the towel.
2 things to identify here with the French, right? The mobility that they have on a map like Prairie, cavalry-based civ, able to roam really effectively off the map. But another thing that really went well for Marine Lord here, and obviously a very deliberate choice by him, he has a tendency to sort of ball his army up and go around this, you know, rove around the map, just one single army. But what we saw in the later stages when he was picking off those key resource locations, peeling a single knight off, and every time that knight would find the berries, find the gold, find the wood line.
他唯一是打比赛就是之前打，
Really good stuff from Marine Lord in terms of making the most of mobility, quickly collapsing onto exposed villages, and ultimately that's what sealed this game for him.
Yeah, 100%. It was beautiful play by him. You know, typically, as you mentioned, we will see players just move everything to a resource, but the way he peeled off those individual knights, gets the confirmation, and then all gone. absolutely beautiful stuff. And I expect that we're probably going to start to see players do that a lot more after witnessing Marine Lord do it.
Yeah, exactly. And it would have been tough for Beastie there, having to be in a million places at once.
对，
And you know, look,
应该之后都一直跟
your
到
heart。goes out to him. He prepared so carefully. This bloke was doing his very best. He was so hungry for victory, and there's no shame in going down to someone like Marine Lord, someone who is arguably one of the best people that Age of Empires 4 in its young career has ever seen. And I hope Beastie can look at that loss, take something away from it, and be happy with the performance he's put on here at Heart of Oak Castle.
Yeah, he's done a wonderful job. He's brought a lot of interesting strategies to it, but it just feels
这
like
是红牛杯打预赛的被 ban 了，
Well, thank you,
然后
Aussie
之后
Drongo,
应该一
for
直
your
都
words
被
there. My friends, we've
ban
got a
了。
special surprise lined up for you now. Of course, just to give you some perspective on what's coming right now, it would be obviously monstrously unfair for us to go straight into the grand final from this standpoint, given that, you know, the Mister would be well rested, had some time to chill out and relax, and obviously Marine Lord would be coming in after that, you know, battle that we've just seen there. So in order to give the players a bit of downtime, make sure they can relax, regenerate, recuperate, and be ready to give you the show of a lifetime with our grand final, we do have something special lined up for you to enjoy. Age of Empires 4, of course, has had some very exciting new additions to it recently. Something that I really think was missing. A fundamental part of the fun that you can have with Age of Empires, certainly not in the competitive scene, when you're playing casually with friends or even at home against the AI, and certainly when young Riley was playing Age of Empires 1 and 2, this was his favourite thing to do in Age of Empires. And we're going to showcase to you the latest addition to Age of Empires 4. We've got Millie and a very special guest commentator standing by to walk us through a show match with cheats. Let's get to it. I can't wait.
A show match with cheats. That's going to be super interesting. The Muslim and Capoch will play against each other. And with
so
me
much 可以
is
跳舞
Eric.
不看了而已。
Hi.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
So I'm here from Relic Entertainment, and we have a team of people. We've been watching all the games, talking to the players, seeing what they think of the new update. So we're super glad people are playing it and enjoying it. And my job there at Relic is I am the lead designer for the balance and gameplay teams. So I have a lot of different interesting things I get to do every day. You know, like looking at, you know, making sure the art and the visuals are well communicated, making sure, you know, everything is up to snuff with the civs, and just really excited watching these games. Has been super fun. Seeing the energy of the crowd is great.
我想看决赛，我觉得这东西应该没什么人想看，不过应该是给之前的人休息也这样也是合理啊。
Oh yes, it's been very satisfying. We're very excited about it, and like every patch, the game just gets like better and better and better. So we're really like riding this momentum, and for this show match that we've got here,
they should
showing off this new feature that we've got, the cheats. And so the format is it's pretty unique. It's nothing anyone has seen before. So we're gonna let each player is gonna start off. They're gonna get to spawn a photon man in and just play a normal game from there. And after 15 minutes, they can spawn as many photon men as they'd like to. Okay. So that's wild, but that's not all. In addition,
现在是显示怎么样做 B 系统。
the teleport command to teleport their units anywhere on the map. So they're going to be going into the enemy base, defending their base, just being all over the place. And there's more. There's more. In addition to all that, they can also once do an instant age up, so they can use it. You know,
他们打小组赛的时候，我就觉得他们投的都很亮。
Some interesting options there. So really curious to see how these strategic masterminds are going to use these tools. And then the very last thing is, you know, that's going to mix it up a bit, but we really wanted to amp up the chaos here, right? So in addition, we have an extra player in the game, and he has access to some additional cheats, and he's going to just throw out whatever he wants in the middle of the game to really make it crazy. So this is going to be fun.
The third player, Crazini, our head admin for Age of Empires 2 and
是表演赛啊，
will not interact.
然后就是打决赛之前休息一下。
Will go a bit wild. We will have the Malians showcased by the Muslims against the Ottomans, showcased by Capoch here.
他们就是斗快学手速盖。
It's going to be really interesting how they're able to use this first photon man, because it's the only one they're going to get for 15 minutes. So it's it dies fast, right?
It's not only the first Photon Man for them, it's the first Photon Man ever on camera, right?
Yeah, it's a really beautiful unit. Like, it sounds good. The team really put a lot of effort and energy into it. So I'm excited. You know, it's like, oh, are they gonna play aggressive with it, try to like pick off some scouts? Or are they gonna kind of like save it and hang back? Right? There's I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what's gonna happen. It's gonna be crazy.
I remember when I was like 8 years old or something, when Age of Empires 1 came out, and I tried to get as many Photon Men as I could, right, and try to overwhelm the AI. The problem was I was not good at typing, and like I always tried to like Photon Mech, Photon Mess, and like I was so bad at typing, and like I tried like 15 times and maybe like one spawn, right, and then one of my friends showed me how copy and paste works. Oh boy! Yeah. Hey, I got crushed.
And it's real-time strategy too, right? So you're trying to type at them like the AI's attacking. You're like, wait, hold up a minute, man. I'm trying to get this right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was just so intense and good old times, and that's like one of the major beauties as well of Age of Empires. And we are jumping into this one, and well, let's take a look at this one here. It feels like Capoch is playing in the yellow trunks, the Muslim in the blue, and Krasini hiding in the corner.
He's got his base he's wheeled there. So one of the cool things too about the Photon Man is it is kind of like quote-unquote integrated with the RTS system. Oh, you want to read this?
这显示什么作弊系统
We lose an additional hair for every cheat used. Okay, the hair that we lose is not visible right now, though.
It's not going to be hair on the top of their heads.
So what are the stats on the Photon Man? 299 attack, 300 HP, or what did I just see?
Yeah. So we specifically designed this so that there could be a fun little interaction, right?
So if you shoot, they still have 1 HP?
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh.
So it's not just like an instant one-hit kill, and you see he's moving here to the stealth forest.
But the Khan has been killed, so Krasini...
Yeah, so that...
Did you just run into...
Did he get killed by Photon Man?
But Photon Man is the other side. Capoch spawns in the bottom.
He might have just killed it just to not, you know, like mess with the game or whatever.
Oh, okay.
So both of them...
Can you kill the Khan? I thought he always revives instantly.
He'll probably...
我先去拿点东西吃，我对这东西没什么兴趣。等一下会来。
They want to kill Krasini. Right, all the admin, like admin wins, like delays, always forcing them to be in time.
You're like, we just
like, let's kill Krasini first, right?
They're just headed right for it. So yeah, I think they want to preserve the health on their Photon Man, so that's why they kind of got the scout coming. And they're both looking around for it. Look. They're really close to each other. Oh, he's coming in. Capoch is coming for it. And the Muslims are retreating. He's backing out. I wonder if he's trying to... Oh! Big hit. He's got 1 hit point left.
But the scout!
Scout's coming in.
Think of the deer! What a misclick!
Oh, shot the deer!
The scout, the killer there. And now the cheat code, all sheep are turned into wolf.
Oh my god, it's a villager massacre.
Are those normal wolves?
Yeah, they're just normal. So they only have 30 health, right? It's just a normal wolf. And so he just ran in, put everything in the garrison, and he was fine.
Oh, but anticipating that, the Muslim already killed all the sheep.
There's no wolves. So that means not only, you know, did he not have to worry about the attacks, but he has a whole bunch of food there, right, from the sheep. So huge advantage for the Muslim so far.
Okay, another Photon Man. What? No, don't tell me Krasini is joining the party now.
So it looks like he's headed over to the Muslim's base right now. Oh no, he's got another one, and he's sending it towards Capoch's base.
Did he cheat multiple times?
He can, yeah, he's allowed to cheat as much as he wants. So he's just doing well. He's running away from the wolf.
Okay, if he runs away against the wolf with the Photon Man, I'm fine if he can cheat.
Sniped. He killed a villager.
Does Photon Man do splash damage?
No, it's just single target. It's balanced. It's perfectly balanced. It only does single target.
Nice.
We were very intentional about that.
You were responsible for the demo ship, so I better ask twice.
Oh, that spearman. It's fine. He's just running past it. All right, he's got this guy sneaking through the stealth forest, headed towards Capoch. And both players, they're just also, they got to do their normal thing with all this chaos, right? So we got the quarry coming up over here for the Muslim. He's chopping a bunch of wood to, you know, like throw on the houses and everything, get his gold income. And his town center's doing a good job against that Photon Man.
Okay, can we go production into Krasini's POV? How he's triple microing every single Photon Man.
Yeah, right?
His keyboard is burning there.
He's got a lot, and these guys are, like, they get killed, right? He's got 8 hit points on that one.
Okay, Photon Man here. Don't tell me another scout can find a Photon Man kill. Not really. The Muslim reaches feudal age, though.
Nice, nice. And we're going to have a feudal age coming up here on the other side. Oh. Yeah, Photon Man just one hits like most things, like 299 damage, and it's like siege damage as well, so it like goes through armor and everything like that. It hits hard. It's like 8 range, so it's not, you know, it's not ridiculous. Like a keep can hit you if you're, you know, shooting it with Photon Man. Yeah. So we took some considerations in when creating the unit. Not, you know, it's supposed to be unfair, but like a little bit fair at the same time.
To care about the feelings of the AI as well.
Exactly. When you got 100 of them attacking the AI base, it's like, well, a couple of them will die at least, you know. So
could have just built more towers.
Yeah, totally. Those cannon towers with the splash would be pretty good.
If you're clumped up there for sure. You only have 300 HP, so yeah, why aren't you killing me?
Yeah, and it sort of works with the rock paper scissors system, right? So it actually will like take bonus damage from horsemen and stuff like that. So you can like kind of counter it a little bit.
Okay, so what's next up on the menu? We are close to 6 minutes into the game. Starting in 10 minutes, we get a new...
Oh, look. He just set all his buildings burning. So that's one of the special commands that he has to be able to do is he selected all those houses as the 3rd chaos causer and put them all to burn. So now he's got to run all his villagers. Oh, he's not repairing. Can
you repair against this?
Yes, you can repair, and it'll stop the burning.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think he noticed.
The Muslim maybe thinks it's too hot. Doesn't want to throw his hammers in there.
I wonder...
Yeah, this is like, I want to see like the Muslim's face in front of it. This is fine.
Yeah,
but all the houses are burning there.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Oh, he's got the burning houses. So the burning houses is actually a lot worse for the Muslim because he's playing as the Mali. Oh, look. Oh, okay. He's got the repair. Okay, nice. Because that's his pit mine income, right? Like, those houses are juicing him up, so he really needs to protect them. And it looked like Kapach responded quite a bit faster to the burning buildings. He already put them both out.
Yeah, obviously had fewer houses there, so easier for him. The Muslim now sends villagers down there, wanted to go on to berries or what is it? No, was going for another pit mine. Now goes for the market, trying to balance his economy potentially.
Yeah, that's a nice little pickup on the villager kill, by the way, also looking pretty good. We can't quite see the villager counts here, but I think they're pretty even. I saw some Photon Man lasering a couple on each side, so I think they have a pretty close. Ooh, nice pickup here with the Spearman. He's going to be able to kill that villager and then burn down those houses, so it's really going to take down the income of the Malian player.
Malian obviously absolutely loving building all those houses around the gold pit. You get 90 gold as maximum around a small gold mine, 120 if you go for a big one. We have seen maps like Golden Heights where people like really ramped up their gold income.
Yeah, and the nice thing is you can build it on a small gold deposit or you can build it on a large gold deposit. And the large ones, they're further away from your base, they're harder to defend, but because it's so big, you can actually fit more houses around it. So like you're saying, that's how you get the extra income from those.
Krasini, winner of Drunken Forest team. That was actually a fun tournament, like Black Forest 4v4, and we were picking teams like in school. Like there were team captains and you were picking people there.
Love it.
Krasini leading his team to victory.
Nice, what a killer. These Spearmen are doing a really good work down here on that quarry. They killed, I think they killed at least one house already. They killed that villager. Really been slowing down the Malian player.
Okay, so in 10 minutes we said we are active. Oh, not in 10 minutes, in 1.5 minutes. We get another chance for another cheat code.
Yes. So the teleport one will be coming up for both of the players. And they can teleport as much as they want, any units, anywhere on the map.
Okay, so if you had Photomans, like how does that work? Do you select the unit?
Yeah, so any unit you have selected, it moves to the cursor of your mouse.
Oh.
So if you know you have a scout and you've identified where their villagers are, you can teleport right on top of them. Hopefully clapping's okay, not too much reverb.
Scouting them.
Yeah, you scout them, you know exactly where their weakness, and then you can put your troops, pop them right in there.
Nice. Okay, so what do you think? I think that's crazy for landmark snipes, no?
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
build 8 rams.
And you could just
House of Wisdom. Goodbye.
See you later. Ooh. Oh, wait. Oh, those Photon Men, they just got teleported. They got teleported into the wood line. Uh-oh.
What?
They're back.
Krazini is the only one who's allowed to cheat and cheat before the others are allowed to?
Yeah. He's just causing all kinds of havoc. It's like players are playing against the elements, you know. It's like we added like volcanoes and storms and random stuff, so he's just lighting all their stuff on fire.
And Krazinis.
So the players they have to deal with this, right? Like they've been throwing all these curveballs. They're doing a really good job. None of their buildings have burned. It's like these guys are pro gamers. They do this professionally or something.
Yes, there are also military schools set up here, right? So some production is happening. And now technically we can start teleporting some units here
10 minutes
for the Muslim and Capoch as well. Question is, do we have enough military? Do we know where we wanted to attack? Seems like the Muslim just had his units jump quite a bit. Does he know where Capoch is? Not sure about that.
Have they scouted each other? Yeah, I mean, they have to at this point. It's 10 minutes in the game, right?
I think so as well. So maybe tell us a bit about cheat codes that we aren't going to see today. Are there any, or how many cheat codes are added in total?
I'm not sure of the exact number, but we have a good variety of different interesting things players can do. So they can get like a ton of extra resources of the different types. They can reveal the map. And then my two favorites actually are the time dilation ones. So we have the speed up time one that we will potentially be seeing here, and there's also a matrix bullet time as well that slows time down so you can the projectiles are slow and the guy's got his sword and he's like swinging it. Yeah, it's like pretty fun.
So for your animation videos for the future.
Yeah,
Nice.
exactly. So I think people are gonna do some really cool stuff with that.
Yeah, great for content creators there for sure. Already know Aussie Drongo probably uploading 8 new videos about that.
He's got them done already somehow.
Yeah, for sure.
I've been watching some of his videos between, and I was like, he's here casting. When did he make these videos? This guy's a machine.
Yeah, I think he will really like this because his watch time is going up then.
Yeah.
Because it's so slow.
Oh. It's like, this isn't a 30-minute game.
Best invention ever. I can run triple the ads now.
Yeah. Nice. So I'm wondering, they can teleport their units, military and attack around the map, but they could also teleport villagers.
Ooh, sneaky towers.
Yeah, you're just like, surprise, there's a keep in the back of your base, so I'm gonna send in 20, and then you can just teleport them right back out when it's
crazy.
done.
I can see that work with Chinese.
Oh, look at all the fire. Look at all the fire.
But look at how good Capoch is at reacting to this, right? Instantly villagers pulling there, trying to put out the fires
lot of them,
again.
he mass repaired it, right? He was taking care of that.
Yeah, does the fire only stop once it's fully repaired?
Hello. This is a problem for Mali. This is
that's a shift click.
So this is where the teleport command could actually come in real handy, right? Because you got pit mines all around the map. That's a real problem, right? But they're just sending villagers everywhere. So the way the fire works actually is you should just need to hit it. Yeah, you just hit it once, and as long as it's above 25% health, because that's the normal burning threshold, then it turns the fire off.
Okay.
But if they wait too long and it gets really low, then it is going to take a little bit extra work. And because there's so many to deal with, look at those blacksmiths are starting to get a little smoky and charred.
Can we take a look at the Muslim statistics again? What is his macro stat? I think he was only 7 out of 10 macro, so this is really draining on him now.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the speed, right? His sands aren't fast enough. He's fighting the random Photon Man, right? And we're getting really close to the 15 minutes. That's when this game is going to go absolutely bonkers.
Okay, so what is happening then? Cheat code Photon Man. Before 50 minutes, you only had the one Photon Man.
Yeah.
But after that, they can produce as many Photon Men as they like.
Unlimited, and I think they're going to produce a lot. Nice little raid going on here.
Capoch reacts nicely, saves the villagers as well.
Have they used the teleport command? I think they're just playing, right?
Well, the villagers just teleported to heaven.
Rest in peace. Yeah, that would be a really good time to teleport a villager away, but it looks like they're playing pretty legit here. I wonder who the first one is going to be to spawn the Photon Man.
Well, also, like, do you think the timing? The thing is, like, strategically, you probably want to already build up before you show them. Right, and
so
then
you can just blitz them down, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then if you have enough of them, you could just kill the landmark in one shot, right?
Where are photomen spawning? Are they always spawning next to the starting town center?
Yeah.
Okay. So aiming for that. Can you spawn some if you don't have your starting town center?
It'll spawn at the location where the town center, even if it was destroyed. Yeah, because otherwise that'd be a huge advantage, right? Is like the first guy to kill the other guy's town center, then they can't get any more Photon Man, right?
Competitive cheat code Age of Empires would not be an option if that was the case.
We got all the strategies here. We thought of everything. Well, this is tough to deal with, all the fire while the enemy is in your base. Like, that's really adding an extra dimension to it here.
Poor the Muslim, yeah, he's annoyed. He's just like, what is Krazini doing again here? I'm trying to kill this nerd, and then all of a sudden houses are burning again.
He's put out some of them, but like he's also got to run his villagers away. Look, they're getting killed. Look at all these villager kills that are happening. 15
minutes. Let's go, Photon Man time.
Oh, party time.
Okay, who's spawning how many? I think now, after I revealed my copy pasta trick, they should be really good now.
That's gonna be huge.
Oh, so they're spawning in the back. Oh, look at that.
Here they come. He's got 11.
Oh, Capot is smiling. Is he spawning some as well? Yeah, he will defend. Oh, the blink!
Oh, he teleported in there. He's trying to run away. He's just getting basted.
Oh, how good are Photomen against buildings? 300 attack?
Yeah, 299.
Yeah.
So yeah, they'll take him out.
Look at
real
how
fast.
Oh no, they're just moving over there.
He teleported a little bit. Maybe he wanted to get away from the enemy. Look at the towns there. Look how much.
What?
They all died.
What just happened here?
So the Krazini, he can do a kill command whenever he wants. So he can just select a bunch of guys and kill them.
Krazini? Oh, and he felt the Muslim had to suffer. Okay.
Yeah,
I think I would jump on Krazini now if I was the Muslim.
Yeah, both the players are like, all right, we've had enough of you. Because he's just another player in the game, right? He's the red, so if his town center is taken out, then he is eliminated.
Finally justice.
Oh,
blinking somewhere.
Away. He teleported to the enemy base, but they have Photon Men there too.
Oh, it seems like the Muslim is heavily outnumbering, obviously two-shotting, and the Muslim, he just keeps reducing.
Out. What a fight. I don't know, are these guys still producing units, or are they just spending all their time taping Photon Man?
Yeah, do you think production is the most important thing right now?
No, he went for the landmark. He went for the landmark. Landmark snipe.
1, 2, 3, got him! The Muslim went for the snipe there. Has to be happy with that. The best cheat code player in the world.
Woo! #1.
Liquid the Muslim. Woo.
That was wild.
Or Krazini. No, Krazini resigns.
Yeah, because there's still another player in the game, right? So it didn't do match complete yet.
Yeah, they enjoy. No, it seems like the Muslim enjoyed it a bit more than Capot. What do you think?
Big smile on his. He's a winner, man. That's what he looks like.
And the Muslim is like, that's how winning feels on this stage.
Look at that victory sip of water. Is his pinky up a little bit on that?
Whoopsie. Okay, had the cheat code. The Muslim style.
Hello. Oh, that was a lot of fun. And also, I just want to say, since the Relic crew, we are here, at the castle. So if anyone wants to, after the match, come by, hang out, give us some feedback, talk about the game. We'd love all the things you like, the things you didn't like, talk about the 1.5 patch, all that good stuff. Come see me later, and we'll have a great chat.
Sweet stuff. Mr. Marine Lords, maybe you can give us some predictions for the great set that we will see?
So, yeah, I watched all the games, the semifinals today. They were super fun. I love the just a treat to watch him play, but then so solid in his mechanics and his fundamentals. Like, he's gonna be able, to deal with some of his creativity, but like he might get thrown off his game a little bit. Stuff is gonna happen that he doesn't expect.
So, but I want to nail you down. Give me your prediction. What's the final score?
Final score. They're playing best of 7. I think it's gonna be like I think it's gonna be 3-4.
3-4.
Yeah.
Okay.
3-4, and I think Marine Lord has a slight edge, so I'm gonna give to him. But I'm definitely rooting for some crazy, awesome stuff from the Mista.
Yeah, it would be absolutely crazy. I I'm excited for that one as well. Obviously, Killer Pigeon and Drongo will cover this. And now we have Riley taking over.
对啊，所以我都没有兴趣看。
No, look, it's actually both of them here. We've got our winner and our runner-up here as well, but very, very close, Kapoj. Very, very close, mate. I'll start with you, DeMuslim. Now, a lot of people, I think, are going to say that the cheat codes add variance and randomness and chaos and that sort of stuff. But you know, with your victory under belt, what do you have to say? Is it just it's a very skill-based format?
Yeah, super skill-based format. You know, like now I'm 3-0 against Kapoj at this event. Very, very happy.
Now, Kapoj, obviously. Talking at his bum, obviously. There's all sorts of...
You know, I let him win again.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the third time you've done it. He wants it more. He needs it.
He enjoys it.
He enjoys it so much more.
I
he
like
does.
listening people.
Kapoj, what was the most annoying thing there? Was it the...
Well, when I saw 15 minutes, I started like photo man, but there was one space, so I wasn't creating anything.
Oh, dude.
And, yeah, copy-pasting was bad.
Yeah, right. You're just in the chat log.
Chat. I was, where are my guys?
Yeah, exactly.
Then I fixed it, and I lost like 15 seconds there.
And 15 seconds to Muslim that were key. Obviously, you know...
Yeah, well, he beaten me in 5 seconds, we can say 15 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was all it took for you.
I mean, I was...
Smelt weakness.
I was very fortunate, like, at one point I was hunting Krazini. Like, I killed his 3 photo men, because I was like, screw this, I'm killing Krazini. But then, like, when I saw him typing, and it wasn't coming up as a cheat, I was like, oh, it's time. Yeah. And then I started spamming, but, yeah, it was really fun.
Was there any thought to the two of you joining forces against the greater enemy, against the greatest villain in the Age of Empires community, Krazini? Was there any thought of a brief alliance between the two of you to take him down?
We thought about it, but then he had all the cheats, so he would kill us.
I guess, yeah, he would stomp that. Any idea?
The game, you knew we had to do nothing until 15 minutes, basically. So.
Because otherwise he would come down, stomp that descent out very quickly. Do you have any fond memories of playing any of the older any of the older games, Age 1, Age 2, with the old cheat codes, the Cobra card, the old photo men? There was the cheat that let you fling ballistas all the way across the map, that sort of thing?
When I was young, I seem to remember Big Daddy spawning something.
Oh, yeah. That was the first car, wasn't it? Age of Empires 1, that was the first car,
So I played Age of Empires 1 when I was really young. And when I saw that thing, I was, I was an abuser. Then playing the normal mode afterwards, I was like, I'm back to Big Daddy, basically.
Yeah. Well, that was it. Did you have a similar experience?
Yeah, probably dodgeball, you know. It's pretty good, but not cheats, actually. So.
Oh, with the bombard cannons firing at each other.
And then Castle Blood, I think, back then.
Yeah, there's so many fun ways to play this. I remember one time, I was playing on my dad's old laptop, and I thought, I wonder how many units I could take out with the photo man. So I built this custom map with like stone walls, and I put a different type of unit between each one, right? I was like, I'm going to spawn one photon man, I'm going to let him just go mental and see how far he can get up, and then open the game, and my dad's computer couldn't.
那快点直接进决赛吗？
It did not work out so well, man. Anyway, look, Age of Empires 4, cheats are in. How's this going to affect the competitive landscape of the game here, to Muslim?
I mean, they've kind of already been in, right? But no. I think it's not going to be involved, right? Hopefully.
Hopefully not. No, you're not expecting it to make a big impact there. No, okay. But obviously, it's a great addition to the game, and obviously a good way to have some fun.
To have some fun.
Exactly right. All right, well, boys, thanks so much for the game that you've just shown us. Bought us some time here for our final, our competitors to get themselves ready for it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Kapoj and DeMuslim. We're going to throw over now to set ourselves up for the grand final. We've got Ellie, we've got Nilly waiting, standing by to talk us through what's about to come.
Thank you, Riley. It's great to be here joined by Nilly. We just saw a really fun show match. Trying out the cheat codes really takes me back to when I was around 10, 11, playing AoE 2 with the cheat codes. My favorite being, I think it was like Lumberjack. Do you have any fond memories with the cheat codes?
I remember like cows being thrown instead of like the rocks from mangonels. Then there was like this baby on a tricycle. It's like
私信小文问他一下，哎，你怎么不去他表演赛？你这次都没有上过台。
Well, great to see lots of development for the Age franchise. We're seeing cheat codes being added in. We're seeing Age of Mythology retold. We're seeing Age 1 games being imported, or the campaigns into Age 2, into that engine. So lots of great things ahead in the pipeline, but let's not take focus away from the insane final that we will be seeing today. The Mista versus Marine Lord. What are your thoughts on their journeys to get here?
Well, obviously, like the story that we've told so many times, right? Marine Lord, seed 1, lost to seed 16 in quite unspectacular fashion, actually, we have to say, right? And everyone like suddenly questioned, like, okay, how is Marine Lord going to perform? Then obviously won his second match, which was already shaky. Then another close set against the Muslim. But now the bracket phase, he looks way stronger, right? Beating BCQD was a big W. So Marine Lord was certainly wild. The Mister, he just seems like he's enjoying himself so much that winning or losing doesn't really matter for him that much. Like he's so much in the moment. Obviously, he has his great strategies.
你以为他在说着 Mr. 只是享受过程不是胜负？以我认识 Mr. 这么多年，他输掉后他是超级不爽的。他是我认识这么多人之中最重胜负的人，要输掉也是最不爽的人。
And Marine Lord, who has mentioned that he plays around 12 hours a day.
我们的第一群他输掉比赛的时候，他直接退群，是因为不想看到别人聊游戏，要赢的时候才回来。
Magic, for example, the Canadian who's also playing in between his work. What are your thoughts on trying to be a professional esports player and paying your bills and day-to-day life maintenance?
Well, obviously it's way easier if you're a full-time player, right? You can simply like put all your thoughts into this, right? The Mister, he can't attend some tournaments because that's his farming seasons, right? So he was sitting those out. It's tougher to catch up in the meta. Like he has to do all this other work, and practice is limited. You only have smaller time frames, so you can't practice with all the players in the world. It's just like, it even is more incredible that the Mister is in the final with that limited amount of time. Right? He, in some seasons, can play a bit more, but it's just absolutely incredible.
At what point do you think a player should just completely throw all of their time and effort into gaming? I know there's a lot of viewers watching that have a dream to be in esports, and I think it's important that we have realistic expectations. Where would you draw that line?
Phew, now we're getting into the big topics here. This is obviously very specific from person to person, right? I think if you know that you are financially stable enough and that you're emotionally stable enough to do this and commit to this for a very long time, and you love doing it, and you think you will love doing it 12 hours every day, then I think giving it a shot makes lots of sense. But that's a lot of ifs, and that's why we see so few people that can actually commit.
Well, really great life advice from Nilly himself. But right now, we will take it back to Riley, who will introduce quite possibly the greatest final in Age of Empires 4 history.
Thanks very much. Welcome back to our main stage, my friend. My friends, after days and days of competition, after weeks of preparation and months of build-up, final of Red Bull Wallaloo Legacy is upon us. A hush descends upon the hall. People realize the stakes here. $300,000 in total prize money, and one of these two players will take home a full third of it. $100,000 will go back into the back pocket of either the Mister or Marine Lord. Take a moment, my friends. We've had an incredible couple of weekends here celebrating this game that we all love so much. Age of Empires 1, Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 4 on display here in Heidelberg Castle. But now,
看他们进场什么东西，对啊，Lucifer 还直接死超快，非常上台咯。
Of this game, please, my friends, let's get going, let's get ready, let's get excited, because the grand final is upon us. The casters are standing by. It is time to get stuck in with the biggest match at the biggest Age of Empires tournament that history has ever seen. Let's get to it.
Whoa. Hold up. It's grand finals already? We finally arrived? I feel like we only arrived yesterday, Drongo.
Oh, it's been quite some time, but indeed, it's really started to heat up very, very quickly. We've got two massive names here, the Mr. Marine Lord.
Yeah.
This is insane. I mean, you had Marine Lord who dropped down in the very first, I was going to say in the very first
round.
The very first round, yes, to that lower bracket. He's fought his way back up and clawed through everybody.
Yes.
No one stopped him yet.
Claw is right, like a bear claw almost, you know, because sharks don't have claws, so I don't know how they do it. You know, maybe tail whip, but whatever it is, he's been giving people whiplash, especially Beastie in that last series. I mean, it looked so dominant in a lot of those games, right? Beastie, of course, clawed one back, but you can't fault Marine Lord. Flawless, same with Mister as well, able to just blitz through Lucifron. I think we're in for one hell of a showdown, which is why it's only appropriate that this is a best of 7.
Yeah, I got to agree with you, and I'm looking forward to it because I think it's really just going to come down to, I mean, you've got Marine Lord, right?
今天的进度比我想象中快得多，我还以为现在还在打4强。 没想到现在这时间因为进决赛了，两场4强都很快。
He does this to everyone. I talk to him like his fear crafting. You know, he's a very big believer in what we talk about, this like Wade response, right? I do something, you have to do something else. You should do it bigger. But yeah, I'm kind of curious. You know, we've got some people in the crowd. I kind of want to like get a gauge of this. Folks in the crowd, if you're a Marine Lord fan, cheer on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Not bad.
Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. I respect it. But how's Mr. All right, now, Mr. Fans, you were biting your tongue. It's your turn. If you're a Mr. Fan, on 3, 1, 2,
Mr. 应该粉丝比较多。
Whoa! Okay, I think we found which side of Europe people are planting their flag on.
Indeed, it seems it's wow. It's a little bit further east than I expected. So, I mean, heading into this event, Marine Lord's obviously the favorite. Mister's going to have to pull out plenty of strategies here. It's a best of 7, not a best of 5, not a best of 3. No. So that means he's probably going to have at least, well, 7 strategies here.
Exactly. I think, you know, it's kind of feeling the crowd. Like, Mister, we love that guy. It's not that we don't like Marine Lord. I think for a lot of people, it's coming into these tournaments, we always talk about Marine Lord as a favorite. We always see him as a favorite. You know, the start of the journey was a little bit slippery, but he still gets here at the grand finals. And in a lot of people's eyes, he's seen as that guy who should win. It kind of reminds me of a little bit like Viper, right, for AoE 2. Each time Warlord comes around, he's a very big fan favorite, but maybe he doesn't get deep enough. And what we've seen out of Marine Lord is dominance online. But the question mark has been what happens when we get on LAN.
And that's exactly it. And I mean, we saw in that first round just how close it got.
因为他出消息之后很快就卖完。
Just be a knockout game. And so he may have gone home, but obviously things turned around, and eventually we did get best of 3s coming out and a lower bracket. So he is here, but you're 100% on the money. A LAN game, it's completely different here. The atmosphere, having to play with everybody here, eyes on you, I can't believe how difficult that would be.
And it's that feeling that, you know, sometimes you just have those circumstances where the favorites come into the event, and it's just not their day. And it almost sounds like this commentator, like, cop-out. It's like, oh, yeah, great analysis. But it is a feeling.
Yes.
Sometimes players just wake up on the day, and they genuinely feel the game state flow through them. I think we saw that today from Mister. You could see his emotions, the talking to him, the confidence he had. Of course, on the other side, Marine Lord and Beastie, both definitely feeling that confidence. I'm sure Lucifron had a feeling of it too. But yeah, that type of confidence coming through, it can carry you. And, you know, the interesting part to me is that we've had best of 5 so far. No one's necessarily been practicing drafts of best of 7s. I think we're going to see a lot more focus on the drafting element of this finals.
Yeah, well, it's obviously incredibly important to make sure you've got a right civilization for every single map, but also a map, or also a civilization that does well against your enemy's civilization. So there's a lot of levels to it. Now, these guys would have been preparing for a best of 7 here, so they've probably got a notebook full of strategies, but I guess the thing that I always come back to is that it seems like every single civilization is viable, except for one. I don't think they're going to be able to...
Whoa, you don't think someone's going to pick
it? I mean, they might be forced to pick it, but the Malians, obviously, they need a little bit of work at the moment. It's hard. I mean, it's very hard for the developers. They've only got so much time before they can push them out. So, fortunately, the Ottomans are in a great spot. Some would even say maybe even a too great a spot.
我问他为什么没有打表现赛，
I think Ottoman should
他说他 COVID
positive. We're a few minutes away from the draft, but like just kind of speculating. Ottoman's definitely a key one. I think French is a big surprise.
我真的，我跟他说，那还好，你是去德国之前 边。
Loves like the Mongols, the English, but let's be real, English are not getting through the banning phase.
Well, this is the thing, right?
我跟他说，还好你是去德国之后才有问题，要不你就不用去了。我跟他说，你应该是飞机上感染吧。
I don't care what you play. You can be a China main. I'm still going to ban the rules because I don't want you to play them. But now it's evolved. Now it's, well, actually, you're very good at the English, so I'm going to make sure you don't get that. Or you're very good at the Mongols. We saw double Mongol ban, double Delhi ban, double English, double China ban. I'm just waiting for the double Ottoman ban.
Maybe. I think with these guys, like especially when I think about Mr. Like, you know, he doesn't like to play Chinese. He just doesn't play it. So that's going to have to be a ban for him, right? Because Marine Lord, you know, he might be French, and I know that's quite far from China, but he definitely knows his way around that Civ.
Perhaps there's a little bit of strategy in there. I'm not sure if the players. Oh, I guess the players can hear us. So I'm just thinking like I don't want to think out loud because I don't want to have to like.
I had
spoil
that
it.
in the last series where I was like I was kind of thinking out the draft out loud. And I'm sure like neither Marine Lord or BC were influenced by pleb like me.
Yeah.
It's almost like I said something. At one stage I swear I saw one of the players shake their head and I'm like scratch something out.
The thing I'm thinking about, right? Okay, is because we're talking about that banning for preference. Okay, so Mr. comes into this and he's thinking, okay, what's the civilizations that Marine Lord wants? Probably the French, right? That's a civilization that we haven't seen banned, but still a civilization that's very strong, very potent.
Yeah.
And for a guy like Marine Lord, it's really good. But also Chinese
没
is a
有
great
是
civilization. If he doesn't double
红
ban
牛
China here,
帮他
there's
们
a
买
good
票
chance that he's going to have to
全
pick it
部
for
费用都
himself
包起
just to
来
stop
的。
Marine Lord from playing it. And if he doesn't even use a single ban on it, then Marine Lord takes one and he gets a free China.
That's the thing, right? Like, do we know who's got first ban in this one?
It should be Mr.
Yeah, so Mr. Maybe he just picks a Chinese on opening to take it away.
No.
Yeah, we'll find out. But like, let's say that works out that way. Let's say you just ban one Chinese, but you pick the first one, but you don't use it. Right. It's just like gone, and there's a different ban coming through. You change the dynamics of the draft a little because there is an element of prediction. But you know, I think we are about ready to get underway with a key part of any match in Age of Empires 4. It's time for the draft.
Beautiful trophy right there. Look at that.
Yeah. I want one of those trophies. Can I maybe have two of them?
If you win 2 events.
Hey, there's a few players here who could have done that, you know?
Actually, you're not wrong. All right, looks like the first band's come through. It's looking like a Mediterranean band.
It makes sense, yeah. I think also keep in mind that because we've got so many maps, well, no one's banned mountain clearing
I was
yet.
going to say, is that a mountain clearing ban?
It should be.
That
He doesn't want it.
Come on.
Against a guy like Mr., I don't blame him.
Oh, you know he's got something in there. It's going to be a 4-minute villager rush or something.
And I think this is something that Marine Lord's maybe got a little bit of smile about because it means wetlands guaranteed. He loves wetlands, and he's got 3 picks. Yeah. 5 total between them, right? So someone's going to pick it up. We are going to open up with the basin, of course.
Yeah, all right. So Prairie and Basin. So 2 open maps. Obviously, Prairie, incredibly open, very sparse. Whereas Basin, it's very open in the center, but towards the back side, it's much easier. You know, really good China map, really good Abbasid Dynasty map.
Yeah.
So expect to see a couple of those picks coming through, and so many circles.
我好像选的是图，大小太小，我还看不懂是什么东西。
That is exciting.
It makes sense. I think like both these players are very content to be on land. You know, they can do water as well. There's been a few players that have heavily leaned on water, almost like a crutch because they're just so good at it.
Yeah.
And I think Lucifron comes to mind. It's amazing on water. We've seen, I think like Magic also quite liked his water maps. But some players are just let's just juke out on land. Wetlands of course comes out. Round out the bands.
意思 Mountain Clearing 这张图因为超级烂的关系，所有人都会马上把它变掉，没有人想玩你那张图。
Marine Lord almost saying, "Hey, ban Chinese."
Do it.
So is it the mindset?
Ban them all.
Yeah, ban both Chinese.
You can only do it so much.
And then I get my double French. You know.
我知道 Mr. 不太会打中国，
Still pick an Abbasid behind it. He'll be safe.
然后 Marino 好像也不太会打中国，两个玩家都虽然中国很强，不过两个玩家都不太会打。
We've learned very quickly. Golden Heights is a brilliant map for them. I think actually they had the best success rate specifically on that map.
All right. Well, we see a 4 lakes ban. That's going to leave 1 map left. It is indeed the Boulder Bay.
It had to come out at the end. No one wanted to pick it first. Like, he'll get it through. No one really cares. But yeah,
it's kind of funny that if no one picks it, it becomes the pick in a way. You know, like
it's like no, you guys don't get away from this.
Yeah.
You have to start on it.
We're going to force the issue right here.
And here's the crazy part for you. You know, Mongols, they are the best performers on Golden Heights. They have 3 wins.
路途比较多哦，这场看起来应该比较爽，但是会打得比较久了。这只有海盗湾一张捕鱼图，这张图也会捕鱼啊，不过很多时候不会。OK。Mr. 先选的是中国，然后没有，这是 ban 还是怎么样？因为被 ban 了。我们先选 ban 民族吧。
You got mixed around. You're like, why is he banning English?
No. My theory was, okay, Marine Lord has to ban
the
English here.
OK， 双方都 ban 中，
一
直 ban 中。这边 ban 英格兰。
Yes, English pick. So he did the right thing. Now we see Marine Lord also ban.
对，所以说我就是说，看他们怎么样 ban， 大家都知道这最强的民族是哪些了。这是中国跟英格兰。
He could snatch a Mongol away here, right? Because you've got wetlands. I think Marine Lord doesn't truly believe like Mongols are S tier on wetlands. There's just better civs like the French. So actually, yeah, he does go for the Mongols, but he definitely wants the French snatch.
Marino 也选一个蒙古哦，有趣哦，他上场没有选。
Straight away, or maybe even the Rus. Yeah, the Rus. Okay.
罗斯，这个有趣。
That could force the mirroring of taking the other Rus now.
Yep. 应该是为了打海盗湾这张图吧。
Okay, this is interesting.
Very interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, this could be the branch point because now Mr. feels like inclined to take the HRE, so you still get your Rus anyway.
Yeah. But by the same token, there's no second map for the Rus, right? Like you want to keep it for Boulder Bay. We saw the power coming out from players on Boulder Bay with the Rus.
So he's actually okay.
Ottomans.
This is cool when you consider like we're talking about Rus like it's amazing and it needs to be picked and so it's gonna be so good.
Yep.
But we've seen like some strategies with the Abbasids, and we did actually see in the last series, although it didn't work out for Marine Lord, the idea of Abbasids versus Rus on Boulder Bay.
Yeah.
So, and I think this is going to be split.
Abbasid, there you go.
Because I think Mr. really likes the Abbasids as well. Four Lakes is gone though, so it's.
And that's exactly it, right? Mediterranean and Four Lakes are both out, so that leaves a little less. And look at this now. We've got Mr. mirroring from behind.
Yeah.
Both Ottomans and Abbasid getting mirrored for him. So keep in mind, we've still got 3 picks over on the side for Marine Lord. He might just be giving up on Boulder Bay in particular. But where does he?
It should be Delhi.
You think it's going to be Delhi?
I think you pick Delhi now.
Yeah, good call.
It's the setup for Dry Arabia. So now, like, if you're looking at Mr., like, what do you pick to beat Delhi, right? You've got your Ottomans pick, but I could always mirror your Ottomans, and that kind of comes the flip script. It's like, now do you take the French away? Do you go back for the second Rus? Do you see potential for that to work on something like wetlands?
Good call. French still yet to be seen.
There we go. It's going to be split.
Yeah, so Mr. Take.
大家都对方选什么民族，我就跟你一样选的感觉。
It makes sense. He could even try to get like double Delhi, like play base in Dry Arabia sort of thing.
Yeah.
But of course, he needs it. Like, well, it doesn't need it. He loves it, right? It's his signature civ. He shows how amazing it can be. And if Prairie's in the rotation and you don't have a French pick, your opponent just picks French and you lose.
All right. Well, final picks now coming out.
选玛丽哦。
There's my boy.
是不是没有民族可以选呢？但他还有选一个德利啊，他没有选德利，选的玛丽哦。
Oh wait, he's already picked it. Yeah, it's another Delhi.
Double Delhi.
So he does get the double. This is really good because he's got basin and Dry Arabia.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, really strong maps there for the Delhi.
双德利。
Another good map.
然后剩下罗斯一个罗斯一个玛丽剩下来。不过剩下打 root， 因为我还以为对啊，不知道为什么 Mr 不选一个德利，可能他没有多练德利吧。
Their way to the stage, and you can just feel the reverberation, the hype feeling of this moment. Because I mean, this is big. Difference between first place, second place, an extra $50,000. But it's not just that; the bragging rights to say you are the king of Age of Empires 4.
And the Marine Lord wants it so damn bad.
But Mr. won't give it up that easy. You see the intense look, you feel it.
Oh, absolutely beautiful stuff right there. You've got to give him a round of applause.
Yeah,
KP. That is good stuff.
It's that, you know, like the best part to me was that there's that pause moment for a fraction of a second in the drums and the intense look forward. It sinks in at that moment. We're here. We've made it. The grand finals. We get that sinking feeling as well, just on the mic, but imagine it for the players.
Oh, it would be intense because, you know, we're up here. We get paid no matter what. These guys, they make one micro mistake, gone.
Yeah, so I mean, I know they're gonna hear us sick. I don't want to like pressure it too much, but an extra $50,000.
$50,000.
Nothing to turn your nose up at.
Yeah, it's a tractor. Or
I said,
what does Marine Lord want to do with $50,000?
Maybe like buy a ticket for someone's mum.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a meme that's relevant to Marine Lord, but like, yeah.
You know, maybe celebrate in Greece or somewhere with someone's. I'm gonna
Marine.
It's the classic that he loves to go to. We're not doing this out of our own heart. We're doing it for Marine Lord. We know what he's like. He's cocky, but he's cocky for good reason. But Mister, always calm, calculated. This guy always has a plan.
Look at that smile.
You gotta love that smile. There's just certain people.
Every time it gets me.
Mr. 操作很强。
Everyone knows him. You want to gamble against him just because he's always the favorite, right? But you see.
我前几年跟打神话世纪打艾布决赛对 Mr， 然后 Best of Seven， 没有，那是 Best of 9， 我输了5-0，卡的我很惨，完全不想打下去。
He's the only guy who got a 10.
Yeah, he's the only
他主要是
out here right now that's got a 10 out of
观念比较强吧，然后就是操作，但是操作其实大家都很强。但 Marine 真的要说操作最厉害的，应该算是 Marino 的。Marino 的操作真的很变态。
Is all these people who haven't really been maybe practicing many best of sevens. Barely any players practice best of fives.
Yeah,
they're all doing best of threes.
Yeah.
Mister's Fury crafting, right? He doesn't need to get that practice, so he could have an edge. He could have a perceived way of how the drafts work.
3-0不会结束啊，这是 Best of Seven， 你要赢14场。
Blow this up if we get into the 5th, 6th, 7th game.
You know what I'm so excited about, KP?
他放一头狼在桌上，我觉得很有趣。
I just want to emphasize this.
It's Cauldron. I think that's the only difference I can think of. Like we haven't seen
which maps here spawn with markets or trading posts in the corners every single time.
对，没错 ，Best of Seven.
You sometimes get them in the middle, so there's no guarantee it's going to work there.
Mr. 操作很厉害
I
啊，
think if you're going to win
真
one,
的
it's going to be
老实
early. I
说
could see him like making a Cauldron play, like you. Maybe your opponent gets his dock down as well, and you just do the villager and the transpose ship play. Come out, you fish, go back and forth. That is the difference to me in this series where Marlins disappeared compared to every other series we've seen where it's ignored. Is like Cauldron came through. I think Cauldron's only been played like maybe 3 times.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It is a rare map to see. Yeah, where does he play it? That's the question. Or does he even look to play it? Keep in mind these players do get an extra civilization. Was he 2 for? Actually, no. Hold on.
Wait.
That's 7 civilizations drafted for 7 maps.
Yeah.
He must play Malians if this goes all the way.
Exactly. So once again,
the
Cauldron.
stakes
It just sank in for you, my friend.
Oh my lord. Yeah. Okay. So you reckon it's Cauldron, do you? I reckon it's got to be trade. Honestly, I feel like this is sleeper overpowered at the moment. No one really realizes.
OK， 第一张先把有海的图先打掉。
You can get all these resources.
OK， 应该可以进去了吗？看一下。
Yeah,
that's the big tough issue. Yeah,
我还没开局，才看到他们还是。
I think it's kind of like the HRE argument, right? Like if you can get to the late game before your enemy through your strong trade, then it's okay because you've got, you know.
被砍住了。我那个咕噜空挂掉。
Elite army tactics. You got all those big upgrades, and then you can kind of power through. But I agree with you.
I think the issue with the Malians is a lot of the elements of the mid game. You know, it's kind of like giving this guy the biggest great sword in the world, and he can carry it. But you say you can't wear any armor, right?
I thought you were going to say, but he's 5'1" and weighs 100 pounds.
That too, but like he's just running down mid. You know, everything is flopping out in the winds because he's not got any clothes on at all. He just gets hit once, he's dead. And that's Mustafadi Warriors in a nutshell, right? And I've talked to a few of the players, and that's the feeling they have. You know, the issue is they don't have an armor. So the Civ doesn't have a good frontliner unit.
Yeah, you definitely feel that as well. I think Sofa's probably the best thing that it's got. So that's probably about it. You know, that imported armor, the extra upgrade that gives the 2 armor, melee, and ranged. I think it's quite good. But I mean, we should be finding out the civilizations for you guys.
Marino 打游戏的不会戴眼镜诶，那他的近视应该没有很新，应该200以下吧。
Several events before. My favorite one is when you do 1v1s. You used to do them Dota 2. There's a famous Chinese player called Paparazzi, and he'd bring like 6.
因为我是400，
我
打游戏不带，我应该看东西看不太清楚。
So I think we're just a few minutes away. The players want to get prepped appropriately. They could be parked in that seat a long time because best of sevens, like I said. I think the interesting part is how the game 3 and 4 especially going to play out, because I think that's where the limited options available makes you predictable for the rest of the series.
You're 100% on the money. You know, those first couple of games, it can be absolutely anything, but you know, once you see the Delhi come out on Basin, once you see, you know, the Delhi come out on Dry
Arabia,
or I was going to say maybe on Cauldron, then you know it's not going to be on Dry Arabia.
Yeah.
Right? So you can start predicting. Okay, well, if I know there's no Delhi on Dry Arabia, then that means that, you know, maybe I.
我记得200左右的时候还不需要，应该200以下都还好吧。
Mr. knows he's going to get double banned against, like, with the English, right?
Yeah.
And actually, when you look at Cauldron, English are the best performing Civ. I think they have 2 wins, maybe 1 loss, but overall, they were the ones I rated to be kings of that map, even over the Delhi, because of the short bow villages that were able to control the central lake.
Yeah.
So I think that's maybe part of the plan. Like, we're focused on the Malians. There's just so many other elements here. I'm also looking forward to seeing where we get the Ottomans come out, because I think the Ottomans, we've seen a lot more flexibility than we originally anticipated.
Yes.
Gorge, we finally saw a win with them there, right?
They look amazing, seriously. I get really excited when I see Ottomans. And that was a 1-base play as well, up against the Mongols, one of the best 1-base civs there are. Stepper it out, Uvu, so much extra resources, and the Ottomans don't care.
Exactly, and that's the cool thing, right? Like, I think I expected them to be good on Gorge, and then we came in, they got played twice there, and they lost twice. Yeah. Maybe I'm just wrong about this entirely, but in fairness, one of those games was Recon versus Mr.
2TC.
With a clown car strat, and it's just like, that was completely out of left field and unexpected. So we didn't have the complete read. Outside of that map, like, Ottomans can come up Cauldron. I'm a big believer that they work in Cauldron because, you know, if you're picking English, which obviously looks this time, but those type of civs, they take all that central fish and they don't push the end of the game. They go back and they boom up.
Right.
And that allows the Ottomans to reach the peak time around the 20 to 30 minute mark.
Yeah, we did see that in the Demuslim versus Marine Lord game. Actually, the first game we got to witness was Cauldron, Ottomans on the Muslim side, and the English on Marine Lord side. And I genuinely
会不会？我觉得Mr 应该选罗斯吧，然后就看 Marino 会选哪一个民族了。Marino 很明显不想打海，他 ban 了2个海图，而自己也没有选海图。
And still, you've got the Ottoman player with a smaller economy overpowering the English defender.
It's the metas, right? The metas are the issue. You know, we saw it in the, I believe it was Kasva versus Lenok, maybe, if I remember correctly. It was on the Golden Heights.
Right, yes.
And you had the English versus the Ottomans. And eventually, you know, Lenok came out ahead. He really outskilled in that one, because I think you can see the power that Meta is able to take control. And as long as you can keep like those longbow counts down, there's no way to snipe. And we're focusing a lot on the longbows here, even though there's no English, but it's that idea. How do I kill a meta? Range units, you need to get enough.
不知道为什么，看他们手有没有动作你就知道了。
I think it was the first game previously where we got to see the Ottomans. A beautiful ring around the rosy strategy is if there's melee units trying to chase the Ottoman meta,
对，0比0。
damn fast, it doesn't stop going. I think it's silly. 2.16 movement speed or something crazy.
决赛刚开始。
You have a mobile Mongol outpost and a mobile English outpost.
Yeah.
That's the best way to think about it. It's insane. Nothing compares.
Yeah, it's a beautiful unit. Well, hopefully we get to see it out. Actually, probably won't see it in the first game here. My suspicions, the matchup. Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
It's gonna be Ross, right?
神罗对罗斯 ，OK.
Yeah. All right. Well, have they got their headsets on? I expect this to be a quick one.
Yeah, remind me, we were in Boulder Bay, right?
Yeah, Boulder Bay.
I mean, I actually
I'll see you at the 7-minute mark, KP.
Yeah, we'll be there. Like, there's something about Roos games on Boulder Bay and being 7 minutes and done, but I actually think HRE could work here.
How does he defend the timing attack that Mister's going to pull out? We know, we've seen it before. It's the classic 5 archer ships, the 2 demos to follow up on top of.
镜头很多哎，台上。
HRE is actually slightly better. As long as you snipe enough deer out and stop the gold so he techs up slower.
Yeah.
Because you have that transition where you convert ships, sure, but the HRE still have a 40% buffer to their gathering rates.
Yeah.
This should allow them to get more fishing boats out a little bit quicker, and then recoup that into a slightly faster feudal timing.
Right, okay. Well, we'll have to see how it plays out, KP, because,
坐在这边也要等很久。
As you know, I'm a big fan of the Rus on this map. I rate right now Mister's chances in this opening game probably about 85%.
不知道 Marino 上场被 Beastie 的罗斯打爆的事有没有换其他打法啊？会进游戏了。 OK， 看一下罗斯跟罗西视角看一下吧，我也想学一下罗斯要怎么样打。反正都是罗斯先升级，那会先看罗斯。好，先看这场有没有猪在王星旁边。哦，没有，这次没有，不会出现被猪封王星的惨况。OK， 村民直接出来盖码头。OK， 有一只村民拉回来食物，然后杀戮抓羊。忘了，开了，忘了。张图有可能看凯的时候有点 lag 哦。那时候4张图的问题而已。星海鱼的位置蛮近的，很顺利就找到2群鹿，把他们干掉。现在好像不会自动打第3杀攻击耶，那杀戮的效果有变快。神罗那边也是单侦察兵。渔船开始盖，看一下张图位置资源是怎么样哦。会有趣哦，先砍这棵树。教堂可以放在，会放这里，也会放这里，放这边会 buff 到黄金，放这边的话时间长可以 buff 木头多一点点。2个黄金都在同一个位置，不过不是很重要了。反正这张图大几率就是谁把海打赢就结束。就是这样，没什么特别。9只村民在木头，那有可能多补一个码头哦，或者是盖其他东西。OK， 去烦对方一下村民。没有选择抓狼，而是抓村民。不过只扣1滴血，就不是影响很大。那 Marino 选择就是 OK， 侦察兵回去帮。地图上是没狼了吗？他们没有选择抓拿了25的黄金好像是真的没有地图上 OK， 那可能他们研究过这张图的。狼在哪一个位置？那赌上面这边会有狼吗？我这边没有，有就蛮搞笑。现在与战船号食物改版了 ，OK， 2只往前冲。Beastie 是上一场是他觉得罗斯打这张图基本上是赢定的，那看一下是不是这样啊？他先往前抓鱼是因为你在变战船的时候移动速度会变慢，所以说先跑来这里。7只村民盖。现在因为侦察兵没有攻击伤害剩1半的关系，就真的没有以前那样可以直接打的对方码头都盖不出来。OK， 有2艘在变，然后第3艘。也按了，村民是要往前跑吗？对，利用那个收领。 我没有看过实际看过，不过我是听他们说，你可以收你的战船，让村民不被干掉。弩炮船出来第一艘，没有受到什么伤害哦，他鱼都很安全的跑掉。OK， 往村民这边跑，就是应该想要收啦。对，你看那个收礼速度也是超级快的。换自爆船。一艘战船，一艘弩炮船，因为需要这种战船哦，用来杀燃烧船。对，真的很 lag 啊，真的是会不会这样拉过去会好一点点？是有海的问题，没有办法，尽量不显示太多了。没有，这是有张海图，也算是还好。哎，看会不会炸掉？不能一发炸掉渔船哦！现在，哎，先把战船给炸，哎，没炸到，没炸到，被干掉了。我听说村民不会被打到，但是看一下，哎，还是被打掉。所以2艘自爆船都基本上没有炸到东西，那有点亏哦。没有盖塔，没有拿那 buff。这边教堂盖这个位置，伐木升级也在研发。那应该是 Marino 这边有优势了，有守到第一波，而且守得很好。他对 Beastie 就是直接被自爆船给炸爆。现在压到对方家面前打哦。对，这是有海的关系，直接去，这张图很快。对，打完海就应该 OK 了，都不会 lag 了。这是有海的图，这边显示很耗显卡。这会 lag， 我用的是3070，也会这样，没关系，之后都不会有捕鱼图了。
Game, you know, you can say what you want about naval, but
OK， 那就先领先一场这个。
Stealth kelp field? Stealth water is what it's meant to be called. I call it the fog, right?
Right. Yeah.
But we got fog of war, so it's like it's the stealth fog.
Yeah.
So interesting thing about that is that Marine Lord, and I mean I wouldn't be surprised if intentional on this guy. When he pulls his fishing boats back from the front line, they're gathering that area, and you have to remember that fishing boats are like scouts now.
Right.
So they can see a little bit into that fog, so it's even harder to use the fog area on water correctly.
We'd have to go back and double check, but I think it might have just been sitting right on the edge.
Yeah.
So maybe Mr. just going a little
没有，只需要4比0啊，这是 best of 7，没有需要打完7场。
With a great position, he knew exactly what the angle would be running. With those demo ships, and as a consequence, he was able to take them both out. No damage done.
And I think in this short game, something to really highlight in is this idea of health as a resource in your fights. What he'd done is he min-maxed the archer ships to the very end, right? You saw them moving away pretty much on fire, limping back, going, Papa, please save me. And just in time, the Spring will then sweep in. It's just a good cover and fire maneuver rather, that shows you why Marine Lord has always been seen as on top and remains so in his micro as he was known in the early days for.
All right, well, it looks like we've got map number 2 up in this best of 7. It's going to be Gorge.
Yeah.
So where do players go from here? Is there going to be an Ottoman pick, perhaps? Both players have got Ottomans available. Both players have got French available. Both players,
I think
Mongols available.
Maybe Marine Lord goes Ottomans, and then we'll see Mr. go for HRE. I don't think he has any other map that he necessarily like sees HRE as like the absolute required pick, because you haven't got like Mediterranean in there, right?
Yeah.
So while HRE would be strong, the thing is like he could just want to hold HRE to make Marine Lord be hostage to this double Delhi pick he done.
Yep.
Because as we know, HRE crotch stomped the Delhi.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm very curious to see that, because I know that Marine Lord is aware of the counter to that strategy.
Right.
So obviously these guys have got their headsets on, so they can't hear what we're saying right now.
Maybe just go Mongols here if you're Mr. Like, it's a good map for it. We've seen how it can be very strong. Sure, you saw the HRE swing out, but HRE's gone from Marine Lord now. And I remember a few of the players back there. I can't remember if Marine Lord was amongst them, but a lot of them felt like when that French HRE matchup we saw earlier, that the French players should be able to close out the game. They were very conflicted back and forth, like, no, you're wrong. HRE now easily wins this. The other guy's like, no, French can end this game. So it's cool to think that even this deep in, there's still a lot that the players can't agree on.
Yes.
And sure, all of them been eliminated. You can make the argument maybe they didn't know best, but like even the players in have clashing ideas here.
But isn't that just such a credit to the developers, though, with regard to how well the balance is, that even the players at the top level can't decide on what the best thing is, or what the middle of the pack stuff is.
I think it's more like credit to the developers for sure, but it's more credit to the value.
我想知道他们这些电脑配置有多强。你用哪个品牌？这个摄像头，一看就知道是很贵的东西。
And it's like, why'd you do that? It's like because people want fresh, they want innovative, they want to keep evolving.
神罗打法兰西在路途。我没有看到 Mr. 神罗干掉了 Lucifer 的法兰西哦。不过 Marino 的法兰西，对，这很帅这些东西。不过他们动画做很好，但是他们节目有时候都怪怪的。我看他们25周年那个纪念的东西。就我们有看到 Mr. 用神罗把 Lucifer 法兰西干掉，不过他那张图非常非常好，让 Lucifer 打一个快攻完全没有地方攻击，而且 Marino 也有看到 Mr. 怎么样打那张图 ，Marino 的法兰西应该是第一，对，先看木须在哪里很重要这东西，他打 Lucifer 的木须漂亮的要命。
So he's happy to pick the French, because that way, whether you pick Mongols or whether you pick the HRE, I got you beat.
Yeah, I think to me the way that Marine Lord played the French up against BST, like he's on another level with that right now. I think he's the best French player at this event, and he proved exactly why. So you just had that series, you come into this, maybe you're still feeling it.
Yeah.
And if you're still feeling it, if you're in the zone with the way that you micro and split up the map, all more power to you, my friend.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. All right, well, not long before we're going to be jumping into the game. Nice little helmet right there.
Should we make them wear them while they play?
I feel like it's probably an advantage for Marine Lord.
Like that would have been my like handicap if someone goes 3-0 up really quick. Just like you put them in a helmet.
Put them in the helmet.
Yeah,
make them a little bit uncomfortable. It could work.
You 看了吗？因为看他们手部动作那么快。
Looks like it's time.
Okay.
Finally ready.
哦，进游戏看一下。上线的人变多了，改版之后我发现。OK， 先看单侦察兵、双侦察兵，要再看木头在哪里。这个很明显哦，这个木头比起对 Lucifer 那墙是稍微远了一点点。然后，还是有2个木头啦。不过这个也是 TC 范围之外。没有对 Lucifer 那么夸张，木头直接范围里面，双侦察兵同样是这样。然后 Marino 打的还是单侦察兵，然后直接跑对方家，这个很危险哦，因为对方双侦察兵的时候，你这样做，有可能一头羊都找不到，然后自爆死掉。又忘了按了，对，回去看一下，对，这个木头位置啊， 比较稍微远，比起对路斯凡那场远很多。然后双侦察兵 ，Marino 打的是单侦察兵，但是1分钟才扫到第一头羊，2头。这张图我记得是羊的数量比正常多一点点的。哎，有这侦察，哎，这村民在发呆。没有羊的话很惨，羊是很重要，这游戏里面有点太重要，而且我还是会觉得那种，哎，这头也没有抓到，哎，这是刚好看不到哎，有点太惨，然后好像 Miss 已经过来这边把羊都抓掉了。羊的优势 miss 很大哦，主要就是 Marino 直接走中间，然后什么东西都找不到，所以我还是觉得打双侦察兵，对，这羊的守卫太漂亮了，躲过了 miss 的侦察兵，应该会盖这里啦，大教堂，这位置黄金食物木头都会 buff 到。还是不错了，在黄金位置，果这不重要，而且它后面还有一群鹿哦。这张图真的也算是抽的很好了。后面有鹿，那他只需要守这个位置，就能守到超级多的资源，而且他羊这边多12头羊，感觉像，难道 Marino 的法兰西亚贵吗？现在就是法兰西欧打升级比较快，你要尽快把金马按出来。他有可能升级完，他有食物给我盖金马嘛？但是你这么快升级，有可能没法盖。那他这么快升级的用途就没什么用了。OK。换位置，直接1只金马之后双 TC， 他是觉得应该很难进攻啦，而且他有看到上一场 Lucifer 这是因为 TC 盖得太慢，然后他盖 TC 的时候被骚扰到。Mr 这边直接盖兵营，超级多的木头。然后侦察兵去探对方，有看到哦，你要直接开双 TC， 然后我大概金马就只有1只或者2只，这有意义吗？对，金马，哎，不是一只侦察兵，因为这村民有点危险，在这个位置。看一下，那是金马会从哪个位置过来 ？OK， 这跑掉了。哎，怎么又跑回去了？不会死啊？是有办法把他砍死的，不过会吃蛮多的伤害，所以他没有这样做。1对1我会选择砍一下啦，不过他没有这样做。所以呢，就只有1只金马而已。所以的话 ，Mister 还在盖兵，哎，抓了头羊。TC OK， 有看到对方哪里盖，盖在野猪，他先攻击一下野猪哦，把那头野猪拉走。但是哎，他没有先吃野猪，而是先去抓鹿。这种野猪会攻击到这些盖 TC 村民吗？会耶，你要换一个位置耶。哎，嘿 ，Marino 没有注意到被野猪干了1只村民。 你要马上冲过来，这 TC 应该会盖起来，没有问题，是没有问题啦。跟打 Lucifer 那场打法一模一样。你要选择先种田，没有打猎，看会不会再多掉一村呢、啊？ 对，盖起来了，然后村民也躲 TC， 哎，没有，对，这边可以攻击一下，尽量看有没有办法把对方的兵干了一只侦察兵，然后村民就只掉一只，那还是 OK。这边选择就是资源用来信地，没有这个教堂种田，没有盖。 没有那个什么，没有这个仓库，所以的话，现在就没办法升级食物升级，靠手推车。哎，又抓了一只村民。那木头怎么多的要命？ 他要用来干什么？我盖了2个靶场，那刚才木头有点太多了。有升级打猎升级吗？没有升，我觉得这个科技很强哦。不知道为什么很多人不会升级了。哎，那头羊被干掉。别忘了哦 ，Marino 一开始是没什么，开局没什么羊的，他羊很快，所以没。哎。 木头村民被抓，看一下，法兰西那边没什么特别可说啦。看一下这边神魔，多补了一个塔。 这是用右马去骚扰对手而已。说 Mr 的操作还是很厉害的。这边其实用村民直接把右马干掉也行。 OK， 地标开始盖了，稍微有点。那塔没有攻击力，因为里面没有东西。右马刚才没一只都没有掉刚才4只，现在还是4只。城主宫殿 ，OK， 有趣。 有看到吗？刚才 Mr 有看到城主宫殿吗？好像没有看到应该看到，现在看到了。 那你也只能一直盖兵了，有升级要打猎了，因为你不现在你再去上时代也没有什么可能性。那我觉得现在 Mr 的优势是蛮大的。 这2只金霾冲到 TC 内， 哇，又被干了一次村民，48村对37，领先11只。所以要是时间多拖一点点的话，还是 OK。金马要注意，不用血量掉太多。有可能直接被干了，一只村民都没有干死就死掉了。不行啊，你直接跑冲对方家，对方有金马啦。那还盖了一只金马出来。这金马之后，我不知道有什么用了。看了 ，Marino 应该先把长矛给抓掉。没有打到冲击。我不懂为什么他盖是金马，老实说。我会优先先升级我的装甲步兵啊。OK， 来抓村民。这塔没有升级。现在就是 Marino 时间拖得越久，对他越有利，因为他双 TC 在补村民。这3只要把它干掉，应该是没有问题的。这是他长矛可能被小弓点光而已，也是值得这样做啦。然后有一只金马在这边 ，Mr 没有注意到，被砍了一只，看他什么时候会发现。3只，有可能永远不会发现，死光才注意到，因为他现在在 home 这里，所以为什么把你的兵分散很有用？就是对方在注意力集中在一个位置的时候，就很大几率不会注意到这些东西。OK， 被砍了6只，但是正面有打赢，有把所有装甲步兵都干死。死伤看一下，50对28，GG，直接弃权。就是正面死太惨了。这场跟打 Lucifer 那场不一样，就是 Lucifer 他金马很早盖出来，盖了2只，但是没做到伤害。他也先补了靶场，再去补双 TC， 让他 TC 出来的时候就被打到，所以他之后就经济一直都不是很稳，他经济就是落后 Mr 的。这场 Marino 经济就有领先，还是 Marino 的法兰西比较厉害。果然有看到对方怎么打，还是有点用途的。我不知道他冲过去的时候，再看一次我不知道他冲过去的时候，其实他有没有升级他的装甲步兵啊？因为我看到他装甲步兵升级是比较晚的。我们再看一下，重播一下，反正8倍速度也不用1分半钟就过去了。他跟打 Lucifer 那场不一样 ，Lucifer 是 Mr 一直给压力，然后 Lucifer 出不了门， 这场就是 Marino 给他压力，他出门村民之后后面被抓。我觉得永远不会改。应该说，因为原理上哦，它这个回放系统记录的东西是玩家的每一个步骤。 所以就只能单线进行。啊，我想直接跳过去了。但是他也有可能正面也杠对方双 T 是也不行，这是因为他步兵数量不够多的原因。我是不懂为什么他盖头金马出来，那个没什么用。 但是 Marino 的金马数量哦，比我想象中要多很多很多。对，这边可以放慢一点点了。哇，这次也没有升级步兵速度。 没有对路士坊那场打那么好、哦。他是不是没拉满颗就冲过去了？那现在也还没有研发。你要出门，哎，我后面又被家里起火，又被砍。 但我没有看到他研究科技啊，那怎么回事？是家里被绕太大了哦，然后这边被抓了一堆村民，那难怪会继续了。我都在注意这头金马在砍杀出的村民，没想到 Mr. 家更惨。 然后还是没有升级，对，哇，他还不需要用这些金马，就已经把他正面所有装甲步兵给干死耶！太惨了吧！对，不过我觉得 Lucy 他打赢 Lucy 坊其中最大一个原因就是他的木头位置太好了，而且 Lucy 坊就做错了选择，这我没救。对，我知道他之前就是已经知道，所以完蛋了。就家里村民被杀那么多只的情况下。 对啊，他可以再等一下，等他科技都研究完再出去，但是也很难啊。有可能是你每次想出门，然后你家里都起火，而且不知道为什么他这次没有升级步兵的移动速度，而且也没有对，就是对啊，没有升级就出门，怪怪的。稳打的也不一定，稳打的话也不一定。我是觉得，哎，开局了。法兰西打神龙本身优势比较大。蒙古对蒙古，哎，进账哎，很少看到哎。 这个图的位置就很重要了。这边 TC 旁边没什么资源 ，Marino 这边石头跟黄金比较靠近，特别是黄金哦，在 TC 范围之内。那 Marino 这张图比较好，好很多，而且是，哎，这种野猪把它攻击的话，会不会帮忙拆这个敖包啊？我不知道哎。哎，他选的没有，他用了这个石头，理论上是这个石头比较好一点点。可是你盖大教堂哦，很大几率法兰西打的可以让你一个生物都办得到。这也是 Mr. 种田时代一种田没有去吃那些鹿的其中影响了，这是让它升级时间比较晚。你看到种田有大几率它是盖存储宫殿，金马太多了。Marino 那个很聪明啊，他看到步兵很多，然后他。小攻就基本上没有在盖，资源都集中在法兰西。边盖的是侦察兵，看来 Marino 对这张图怎么样打的理解比较好。哎，这个没有盖，没有时代一盖长矛是要送这个东西的感觉吗？直接打时代2，我是个人觉得直上时代2会死很惨的。要是对方有注意到的话，为什么这样说啊？要是有注意到，哎，你没有盖长矛的话，你是可以塔推蒙古打他的王星的。18头羊，这边3头跟15球，也是18头羊，羊的数量大家一模一样。我刚好拉回来，村民没有发呆。那看一下 Mr. 这个东西被拆了之后，他会怎么样处理啊？对啊，最大的危险就是。你不单只这边被拆掉，然后对方还往这里盖了一座塔，打你的王星跟木头。而且这边还送50资源。唯一比较好就是王金在 TC 范围内，所以不会被攻击。我觉得可以站长矛战士在这边，战士在这边。OK， 盖靶场。 看他会不会改蒙古突袭哦。Miss 是唯一在比赛改蒙古突袭的玩家。你看他的资源分配怎么样就知道了。没有盖小弓而已。目标就是先把敖包盖回来。 所以最后那个石头数量啊，大家基本上是一样的。然后这边赢你5只长矛，哎，10代2直接盖铁杖，这个非常有趣哦。10代2直接盖铁杖哦，他要打10代2哦。 还是只是盖出来而已。看一下他们怎样做。侦察兵就是一直去探图，看对方，哎，你的兵有多少只？我需要盖多少东西？实验升级是远防。Mr. 还有在盖兵吗？ 做小弓而已，没有铁杖，但是现在我看到了，这侦察兵我看到，哎，你怎么会在有个铁杖在这边？小弓数量目前还是 Mr 比较多啦。远距离攻击力同样升级。铁杖这边也要想要补起来，但是你再要升级，你要追2分钟时间呢。 有可能就没办法拿掉，可以拿到8小弓、12小弓。数量对吧？哎，你比我要多还是少？哎，做了个杀术哦，把那 buff 用掉，因为要是不用的话，这边攻击速度有一个。 用来打正面很强的 buff， Mr 是要双 TC 吗？木头这么多，还是没有？没有啦。 Marino 这边没有在改兵了，手都是只升级了手推车而已。15小弓，14，科技还是多一个。OK。 没有哦，这个还在 CD 哦这边。刚才做了一个 buff， 真的有点浪费。哎，看他下按了，还有2秒钟可以上 buff。哎，你要按吗？你要按吗，兄弟？没有用到。OK。死伤7对6，因为科技多一个，所以伤残没有 buff 也还是 OK。 可以看到、哦，他现在是没有盖兵的，然后他是会上10来3，然后尽量骗 Mr 这边多盖一点点兵，但是 Mr 其实也盖了一点而已啊。OK， 两边都上城，不过 Marino 这边有优势，他把对方的奥包给拆掉。哎，刚才那个不是还有48？不是还有400滴血吗？是哦 ，Mr 换位置盖了一个，所以刚才那个炸掉了。但是 Mr 那边也看出来，哎，你这自己炸掉，那应该是多补了一个吧？那我就过去那边吧。这个 Marino 看得很准呢。我要是不是直播，我也可能没有注意到 ，Mr 是换了一个地方盖，好不好？这个差距很大咯，因为这边可以双倍盖兵哦。然后对方没有长矛，也很爽的盖金马。应该看到2只金马出来，没有先轰一下兵。我觉得要跪了，应该要GG了。还没盖新马，你不盖吗？嘿嘿，按一下不好吗？可是他有其他想法，有了，没有用石头，反而是用来盖真女，一次盖2只。羊没了，然后这边很容易没有注意到你村民发呆，然后之后有一些村民没在工作。我觉得 Mr 是不是要跪的样子 ？Marino 这边有牧场吗？那其实他也没有。那他的不过他也杀这头野猪，没错，有杀掉那头野猪。没有多盖金马哦，他有趣哦，我是觉得这东西很有趣，但是这个也算是一个蛮大的失误。王金的50%没有用到，大概这边11只没有用到吧，这代表输5只村民。我是看不懂他那个蒙古开局方法。这边爆多王星也没有哦，市场现在在盖2村掉1金马还是可以接受，又要被拆了，这个好包被拆第4次。这边骚扰还提醒了一下 Marino， 你的村民没有用那个地标，难道4比0？只有1只冲不出来，而且没有点对位置，又掉2村。 我要是 OK 这边也不会双，我要是 Mr 我也怕对方再盖双 TC。如果 Marino 没有就是了，超级多的村民买刮黄金，直接买资源。OK 有看到双 TC。 不过这是他掉的第3只金毛，金毛一直在掉，也是蛮亏的。是怎么回事？2个圣地都在 Marino 这边 ，Marino 这边这张图是比较好啦。更加多的靶场，盖十字弓，升级了工程器。 这边食物是很多啦，还有1000肉的猪，有果有鹿，感觉像就是这场 Marino 做的事情都比 Mr 要快。工程器他现在也没有升级到哦，因为敖包一直被拆的关系，现在会过去是也没有搬过去。 我不知道他什么时候会记得这件事情啊！你的工程器升级也需要拿一下。配兵也没有 Marino 那边那么好，有点多双侠步兵。那有一个牧场没有盖到，我觉得没有工程器升级这个问题比较大就是了。然后我看过 Mr 的蒙古是很喜欢盖真女，然后用补血，因为100%补血量很多，然后蒙古的黄金数量很多。 很稀合这支只需要盖黄金出的兵。Mr 现在没办法盖弩炮哦，我不知道他怎么样对付这个心头啦。然后 Marino 好像有注意到，对方没办法盖心头。还是没有升级，就只能这样盖工程器了。数量永远都会输哦。3圣地也站得出来，哎，什么没有盖东西？手残。 还没有盖完就过来咯，要小心。刚好，他自己炸掉、哦，目标就是为了把资源拿出来。哎，那 Marino 有点危险哦，现在这他盖工程器之前，兵被干掉。哎，难道 Mr 这不会反胜？你看哦，这边有3000的资源没有用到哦，但是。 Mr 这边已经所有资源都用光了，兵多超级多，有9只真女用来补血。啊 ，Marino 难道这样崩吗？就是因为工程器没有盖完的关系。对，那时间点压的超好。Marino 好像没救哎、 而且有4000资源死掉哦。挥到爆炸，有4000资源没有用到。不过，跑到 TC 内还是很痛啦。他很一直给压力。有手下来，还是因为站在 TC 跟一个鲁炮塔下面去打，死伤还是领先哦。这波守的算是很好，然后 Mr 这波没有办法把对方带走，那时候很大问题了。他没有把对方带走。那 Marino 这里用他那4000的资源，他刚才站这个位置有点站的不太好，很多东西都没办法攻击到。他要是站这边或者这边也比较好，可以杀村民或者杀补充的兵。他可能对那个真女的补血太有自信了，我觉得我应该会直接扛伤害。那 Missile 换兵吗？还是盖更加多的真女？那数量有这么多，他盖了2个 ，OK， 3个 ，OK， 3个寺庙，你是德里苏丹吗？补血喽，打一波，跟德里苏丹打法，多补血。那他王金很快也会没啊。因为他圣物就只有1个，也输圣地。而且有注意到哦 ，Marino 是盖很多小弓去打对方的十字弓的 ，Mr 那边也没有很多的肉盾可以扛小弓的伤害。看一下 Mr 有没有注意到？有注意到，就只吃了1发伤害而已。这台鲁炮被点光，还有一台心头，看那个补血数量够不够变态啊？真的很变态，看补血，但死伤还是 Marino 赢一点点。TC 有跑掉。很多人没有注意到不会跑掉哦。这德里苏丹打法，应该要学习了。我觉得还是调兵的速度比较快。要是他这边有一台青头的话。 那个威胁就很大，可是他没有心头。TC 那个 TC 跑到哪里了？刚才那是残血的 TC 呢？没有收礼。等一下，要是被有，我想说等一下被消掉，就很搞笑。可是死伤还是落后啊，他用那个战术，又多了17只出来，补血战术。王星又挖完了，没有地标，直接30多只村民来挖。为什么这样？因为他很容易蒙古，我也发生一件事，他直接没有瓦包，就是因为忘了研发一个科技的关系。你就会出现这种状态。这边有盖，这边好像没有有，这边有一个，因为没有研发，他有这边就有研发那个移动速度。换兵换肉马，Mr. 我原本来到这边应该会发现，你这地标怎么是没有村民在这边挖王星的？21只。我觉得主要是经济差距那个问题比较大差每分钟差1000多资源啊，1500资源左右啊，1分钟。所以现在 Marino 是满人口，可以上帝王。Mr 这边没有满人口，也不接近帝王。王星挖完了。那 Marino 应该会先上帝王再打。这低标还可以增加牧场盖阳速度50%哦。研发科技。Mr 直接要冲过去了，因为他发现，原来我经济落后这么多。那最好办法就是在你科技开出来之前，我把你打死。对，这边也接近上时代，有很多肉马。这边其实没有长矛，那工程器有可能全部被干掉。 Marino 这波有点蛮亏的感觉。青头被拆掉，然后没杀掉很多东西。他是不是没有兵营补偿吗？有啊。哪来的2头青头啊？死伤还是Marino领先哦。科技时代4也开出来了，现在那个伤害越来越高，你的老头补血就越来越没有用。分数8000多，差距5000多。对，很容易发生的情况。要会了吗？我真的搞不懂 Marino 的小攻打法，老实说。我这样打小攻我都会死掉，然后他每次打小攻好像都很顺利。我要3比0了，感觉木头也没了。
有3張飛12點 ，Galaxy 嗰個咩公園啊？有係萬聖節12點今日。
我去咗，唔使。
你去咗啦？
係。
琴日。
係。
即係唔使去啦。唔好玩啦。
你去咯，你自己去咯。
唔玩啦，我唔去啦，我咁老。唔啱我啦，你就啱嘅。
唔使。
唔開咗呢個。
冇興趣。
你有冇 friend 要啊？
係唔使啊。没秀了，他先点完帝王，我觉得还是虽然帝王再打，结果还是一样啊。因为对方科技会先比他开出来，他是真女补血之后没什么用。我老实说，有好几波真女会战，我还以为 Miss 打赢，没想到都是 Marino 打赢。那边就没想到，这些这效果是做的没好，没很好，都没有打到建筑物。我不知道为什么还不齐全啊？他要想东西吧，因为很明显就结束了。哦，他想有没有办法把所有地标都拆光吗？拉赢吗？对上蒙古应该没什么可能的，因为这些会逃跑哎。对。很好的想法，但是行不通。 春米啊也笑出来了。还有一个可以爬啊。GG， 没有，还是值得试一下啦。我也会这样做啦，可是真的不行。3比0哎，我没有想到哎。那 Marino 只要就再赢一场就 OK 了。还是得试一下啦，这东西试一下没有问题啦。
Step readout is nowhere near this attempt, right? Like, say you do it against a civ like the HRE. HRE is like, so let me check where the the landmarks are all on one screen. Perfect. I'm just gonna rush you. Mongols, like that step readout is somewhere out in the gold veins. I can pack up my existing ones and roll them through.
And it was crazy. Did you see the speed that it escaped out of there?
So
like those are Mongol horsemen. They've got the bonus from the card.
蒙古有科技升级的地标跑得比较快啊，建筑木跑得比较快，不单只是地标。
Same with the Gers, right? Because one of the cool things Mongols have over other civs, especially on this map, is they can move pocket resource to pocket resource. They don't have to invest more wood to get access to that because they just have the 100 cost, and then that'll do them for every resource they move to.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier for them. But I mean, heading into Game 4, KP, this is going to be tough right now for Mr. Now, for anybody who knows the history of the Mr., they will know that he is infamous for his comebacks. Do not count this guy out. You know, a lot of players would look at a 3-0 scoreline and think, well, I might as well throw in the towel right here because there's no chance I'm going to win. But not the Mr.
还有机会反胜啊，连追4局。他之前进红牛杯就是样3追4来进决赛的，所以还不能说他没救。对，现在越来越难了。很难用马去刷对方地标，因为玩家变聪明会直接往前压，那你的马数量有时候看不出来，就完蛋。
So here's what could happen. You know, you see Marine Lord pick like Dry Arabia and like maybe Basin. After that, he can use Gobi on both. You throw Ottomans away on one. He has Ottomans for later on. But you know what? Let's pause it for. We're going to give the lads a little break before they hop into more of this intense action. So to help you fill the time, we've got a few people waiting on board on stage.
Yes, indeed. Thanks so much. Here, joined by Nilly on stage. And Nilly, we've been chatting about what we've seen. Obviously, the Mr. backed right up into a corner here, but you were telling me something very interesting about his path to qualification that relates to the situation we're in right now.
Indeed, that's the case. He was down 3-0 there and came back 4-3, so he knows how it is to have his back against the wall and still perform on the highest level, on the biggest stage. That's how he got here.
I mean, he wouldn't be here today if he weren't able to pull it out in situations like that, but look, we've still got to recognize really difficult spot for him. What has he got to do from either a gameplay perspective or just sort of mental, psychological standpoint? What has he got to do to get back into this?
Mental-wise, obviously it's pretty tricky, right? You have to take it one game at a time. Obviously, he should be confident in his play, right? He still has the crazy strategies, and Marinot, he can shake if he's like down 1-2 games, and then Marinot, yeah, can even lose the whole set. It's just important. Calm down. That's why he's taking some air. And then be back one win after another.
Now we've seen a lot of I guess development actually this week, opening the Age of Empires 4 part of this show. Nearly you and I and the rest of the casters, we talked about like we didn't really know what was going on in some way. You know, we do our preparation, we do our research, try to figure out what's going on. KP went very, very deep. He prepared a Google Doc that he shared with all of us to like get us up to speed where things were. But there were still a lot of questions that we had about what the players were going to prepare and what they were going to do for this week. Is it what, like from your standpoint now, what have we learned?
Well, we have learned that preparation pays off, right? that's why everyone grinded so hard, right? There are so many different civilizations, so many different maps, and we have seen even the meta evolve here, right? At the start, the Archer build was a thing. Now Hulks are back on water again. So people have figured out so much, and we have learned how good Ottomans are, right? And how we can play those. We've learned that Men-at-Arms just became so much better as well, and that massive feudal age plays with Men-at-Arms dominated as well.
Particularly with the English, I think the English, you know, is it fair to say they were sort of middle of the pack kind of Civ heading into this week? Double banned across so many matches today in the finals and semi-finals. Any other thoughts you have on any of the other Civs? I think the French have risen in people's estimations as well.
Yeah, obviously the map pool just allows so much aggression, right? We had those maps where it's really tough to wall, like Prairie, where you have those tiny little things, and aggression just pays off so well. Extra town centers not that common anymore, and I love the state of the game because the games have been so aggressive, so wild, constant raids, and sitting back and full stonewalling. I don't remember a single game where I really felt bored.
No, we've seen a lot more aggression, a lot more action, a lot more proactivity than we anticipated. You know, it's kind of difficult from a production standpoint sometimes putting together the schedule for each day because we're like
7-minute games.
Exactly, we're like, oh well, it could be 40-minute games, and but look, it's been a pleasure, Nilly, and obviously you've worked really hard in both Age of Empires 2 and 4 to bring people the broadcast that you know, it's been so successful. My friends, I don't think there's a harder working person at this broadcast that's been on stream, on camera, than the bloke standing next to me. Let's hear it for Nilly, everyone. What an enormous effort he's put in. So tough to do both of these games to the standard that you have, mate, but it's been a pleasure to have you at my side while I've been, you know, jibber-jabbering my way through the weekend. So thanks so much, Nilly. Is there any other closing thoughts that you have before we head into what might very well be the final game here?
For me, it's not the final game. I truly trust Mr. So don't ask those questions.
Okay, well, my friends, we're going to kick it back up to the casters. We're going to get stuck in with game number 4, Marine Lord 3-0 up against the Mister. Let's find out what's going to happen next.
Well, exciting times right now. We are teetering on the edge of, as what was mentioned before, what could be the last game. But if there's anything I know about the Mister，
看来玛丽是没有出场机会了。
You know, you got to feel that crowd.
现在 Mister 要赢，需要赢一场玛丽哦。他需要打赢玛丽才能赢。
I've got that feeling like just one more game, just one. You know, maybe what would help him is if the crowd gave a cheer for Mister, right? Like, crowd, let Mister know. Channel your energy into it. We need more games. Let me hear you. Let me hear the support for Mister.
That's pretty good.
That's what he needs.
That's what he needs right now.
At his back.
Yep. The fans are on his side. The Marine Lord, he doesn't need fans. He talks enough trash to...
He's like, I don't need you, I'll beat you all.
Yes. He is his own fan. I think that's what's important. But we do get confirmation on the next map, so it looks like it's going to be Wetlands. And with Wetlands, obviously no Mongol picks available for either of these players because they were just used. So where do we go from here? Are we going to be seeing something new altogether? I don't think... Have we ever seen a game without the Mongols?
French.
On Wetlands? Yeah, we've seen the French.
There's a French for Mister.
Oh yeah, true.
I think
so he pulls out the French here?
Maybe this is the map where, like, Marine Lord wants to go for, like, Delhi?
Oh, surely not.
I think that's...
I feel like Marine Lord's Delhi maps are so good, though, right? Every single map is a Delhi map for Marine Lord.
But the Civ matchup is good, right?
So, oh, yeah, true.
We'll see it coming. So Ottomans. Okay, this is a twist.
Ottoman mirror. 二土曼对二土曼，这个有趣，这个有趣，从来没有看到的组合。应该10対2互拼啊。
I'm an idiot. Marine Lord, like, he understands perfectly. If he picks Delhi while Ottomans are still in the pool, you're going to lose that. It's a very difficult matchup. We saw how one-sided that got in one of Marine Lord's series early in the tournament.
What's the best way to beat Ottomans?
Is it a Nerf hammer?
No, you pick them. The best way to beat
a Nerf hammer's pretty good too.
That also works, yes. But we don't have those powers, KP, unfortunately. I mean, we do have access to mods. But
maybe we just metas like they have to deploy to give their aura.
Oh Lord, please no. They're already clunky enough.
Like the guy has to get off of his
off the horse
and bang the drums.
Set up his little drums.
You can do a great animation. The horse can just like go up on 2 legs and dance in front of him. You know.
Something tells me we're not going to be seeing that. This is
not historically accurate.
Yes, yes.
They're like, KP, this is not a circus, you clown, stop.
Yes, precisely. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about this matchup and about what we can expect, because Ottomans, a civilization that typically works very well on one base, and I suspect that's probably what we're going to be seeing here.
Well, what we're going to see is another game, just one more game. Let's keep it going. We move it to map number 4. Marine Lord on match point, but Mister.
这边换捕鱼 ，OK， 因为捕鱼效果比较快，捕鱼速度比较快，然后100的5跟50石头也直接扔那边。哎，我要进游戏。哎，等我一下，我进一下游戏。好像是D群说过啊。我问 Magic， 那你搞得懂那个 Marino 一直跟小攻的打法吗？他说他也不理解。因为捕鱼的效率是 1.0， 比起抓羊呢，好像 0.7 多要快20多%的效率。有特别研究过，所以 Marino 这张图是很聪明的一个做法哦。那这边有100的鱼，相反 Mr 之后没有这样做了。那他石头在哪里？他在哪里挖石头的？哦，在后面。那可以看一下，我们等一下会看到差距大不大啦。然后双方都是单侦察兵，食物你可以看到稍微多一点点，应该是效率又比较快，20%多一点的效率。然后另外一点要看的就是会不会补一个长矛出来，没有都没有补长矛，直接先上时代3。Marino 这个比较好看，长矛用在防守，这500的食物很快就没了。金海鱼下收只是渔船而已，村民没有下收过。他其实需要可以放一些羊在这里啦。4只村民盖地，哎，是不是砍人头了？没有房子了。没有木头盖房子，砍人头稍微有一点小问题，还差10点木头。OK， 直接40村民，我要把房子盖出来。落后这样输半只村民吧，用时间。双方都没有在挖石头哦，有趣。为什么没有在挖石头？有啦，因为你需要石头才能盖出第2个军事学院，所以很多时候都不会用王金的村民都会用王金的村民来盖地标，就是王金可能没需要这么多。快一点盖出那个军事学院比较好。 还没有盖出来 ，OK， 现在盖了。我觉得他们这些升级法其实可以再好一点点也是 OK 了，不算是很理想化。不过我跟其他朋友聊起来都说，其实顶尖玩家很多时候都可能就是升级法不是很完美，但是他们即兴起来，真的打起来就用得非常好。所以就说升级法就是一部分而已。你真的很变态的话，你升级法不是很完美，也可以干掉升级法完美的玩家。什么把小凤杀掉了？我这样看，我会觉得我的升级法是比他们好啊。不过实项打的话，可能他们也会把我打爆。OK， 这边打的是双 TC， 应该是盖在食物这边啊，拿了1500的鱼。对。哦，还有 OK， 还有这边有2000的鱼，这边等于头猪了。还有2个果，还有木头黄金，这个 TC 位置超级好。不过2个土曼的民主打单其实已经很厉害了。那看 Mr 好像 Mr 资源分配更加奇怪，他食物多到爆炸，不知道为什么。我觉得是不是 Mr 的发挥怪怪的啊？他正常情况应该打比这好哎，有他那都用双 TC 了。问题是，他现在再去追双 TC 就晚了，而且也没有很多的兵可以干到对方。那他会怎么样处理对方的双 TC？ 我就不知道了。上层可是他有太多的石头啊，我觉得他只是自己乱了而已。对，那场也是。压力上来了吧？这民族上层没有强很多啊，也算是一个上层优势不是很大的民族，而且，再看啊。OK， 侦察兵再去探路。有抓到村民。说要上层也是食物太多啊，现在。可以在上层了，他用哪一个底标？我们免费打工程器，大家都用这一个。 不过现在村民的差距应该会越来越大了，而且 Marino 上时代其实也不会比他晚很多。觉得什么好像没有打好的感觉，没事。不过还是继续说了。那 Marino 知道对方要上城，所以他现在也是追上城堡时间。这个场没有盖完。不过同时间哦，因为 Mr 上城的时候没有多盖兵，现在就被对方很难抓村民了。那村民数量就越来越大，盖了装甲步兵，可是装甲步兵打鄂图曼不是很强，因为鄂图曼会拿个 buff 2点进防，你的装甲步兵马上攻击力低了20%，就很难搞。也是同一个 DPL 啦。Mr 40村，资源还是有很多，还是盖装甲步兵。那个 Marino 探到只要换10字弓就 OK 了，对，10字弓已经出来了，还有火枪兵哦，这民族。不过这火枪兵是用来打金马跟6马的。正面也没做到多少伤害啦。村民每次掉都是他亏哦，因为他只能单 TC 盖，然后 Marino 能双 TC 盖，现在村民数量就有20只的差距。装甲步兵过来了，打到决赛算是很好了，但真的没想到差距这么大了。我个人是偏向觉得 Mr 决赛好像没有表现出来，没有打那么好。然后 Marino 好像越打越好，从第一天输了之后。家里村民还继续被追，杀村民的时候，其实按一下 Q 哦，杀的比较快，因为这个是增加攻击速度。太惨了，我觉得直接用右马去换对方的村民。 因为他有这个资源会这样做。然后家里还是游手下来。 因为我看他盖装甲步兵，我就觉得没救了。他打的很，我觉得他是佩川，不知道为什么自己完全乱了。 拿了8只火枪兵出来，再拼一波吧！靠着8只，不应该被点光。哎，你还走错位置。这火枪苗比较特别哦，它本身攻击数伤害只有16点，不过它对骑兵有双倍伤害，但是会10代3产出来，这也是为什么土曼这个民族都基本上不会打到帝王，而是打10代2跟10代3的原因。 因为他10代3就有他最强的兵种出来，这兵你用这个东西去拿的话，其实10代2就可以拿了，所以是唯一一个10代2会有金马的，而也有火枪兵的民族。鼓手也没有哦，他的配兵其实没有上 buff。 9啊 ，OK。对，13也是落好了。资源全部都收。这边直接不拿火枪兵。OK， 再打一波吧。要是这波 Mr 赢很多的话，就还 OK。 鼓手要被点掉，鼓手是骑兵哦，被这只打扣伤倍哦。哦 ，GG， 直接弃了。4比0，没有想到。哎。 他的频道开，不是我的问题。不是我的问题，是他的主频道开。让我看一下，开另一个频道试一下。这主频道开到爆炸。 又还有新港广告。4比0，没什么东西可以说了，真的打得超级好。
Champion, well done. What a performance.
最后应该有访问啊。
I want to ask you, I want to take you back to the beginning of the tournament, heading in before any matches had been played. Did you feel a weight of expectation? Were you feeling pressure? And how much of that pressure were you putting on yourself?
I just like to play the game, so I don't really put pressure on myself. But obviously, after losing the first day, it was worrying, I guess. But I prepared very well for the rest of the series, and I knew like if I reached the playoff, even if I didn't do good before, in best of 5 and best of 7, it's very, very different. So I will feel like confident no matter what.
So as the tournament progressed, after you sort of got that loss out of the way, after you rallied, your confidence grew, you felt better about your chances later in the tournament?
Yeah, I think after my loss against Magic, I practiced some builds that I wasn't too sure about. So I just like made sure that I would know the meta better. And then against Swarm I played terrible, but after that I found my groove. I played very well against the Mus team. I played very well against Peppy, Beastie and Mista.
Well, as you started to hit your straps, as things started to get better and better for you, I want to talk about your mindset heading into today, the semi-final, and of course now the final. You were talking about how confident you felt. You were talking about how good you felt. What was going through your mind as what did you know you needed to do to win today in both the semi and the final?
I mean, normally I'm just the better player in the long macro games, so I just need to not die in the early game or not like fall too far behind. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know, I like to play the game. I think I draft early too, so I...
Oops. 搞什么鬼？那频道直接
You want to just come here, play your natural game, and hope that was going to get you over the line, and it certainly has today. What does it mean to you? You are the Age of Empires 4 Red Bull Wololo Legacy champion. How does it feel to be crowned the champion of the biggest Age of Empires 4 tournament we've ever seen?
It feels incredible. I won a few majors online, but offline it feels for sure different. The trophy is amazing.
In front of a live crowd as well that's getting up and about for you, mate.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the biggest tournament ever for the franchise, so I'm so happy.
Yeah, I mean, you should be. Is there, finally, before we let you pick up your trophy that's so well-deserved and so hard-earned, mate, I want to ask you, is there anyone that you want to thank, anyone you want to shout out, who's supported you, and to whom do you, in at least part, owe this victory?
Shout out to everyone who supported me, shout out to my team, shout out to people who helped me practice, sort of, Kasva, the Mus team, Lucifron, and a few others. Thanks, guys.
Our champion, my friends, just give us that one over here. Get those hands nice and free, because it is time for you to hoist this trophy, and of course, the $100,000 prize pool that comes with it. The Age of Empires 4 Red Bull Wololo champion. It is
我觉得我看他打出 Magic， 我还以为他好像准地不是很好，之后他又越打越好。这个决赛打得超级变态，我还是搞不懂他打小攻盖这么多小攻的打法是怎么会行得通的。
Well, mate, I'll let you head off over there, and you can revel in your newfound riches. As we welcome Ellie onto the stage, mate, I'll get you to join me up here as well. I know you prefer to be on this side. Get show off that braid.
Miss 在台上很尴尬，他说：“哎，我怎么样找机会下台？”
What an incredible experience we've had. Before we go any further, I want to acknowledge the Mister. I want to congratulate this bloke sitting here who has played his guts out, left nothing on the table, and has gone down swinging, my friends. Our runner-up, the Mister. Let's hear it from him. And look, let's be honest, he's still won a considerable chunk of change. There may be a couple of upgrades on the old farm back at home.
我想看他们会不会打这比赛，有什么攻霸，会只有搞什么东西。
What are your thoughts? What are your takeaways? What spoke to you today? What are you excited about?
Just being here, seeing the crowd, seeing the players, seeing the community rally together for this franchise that we love. Having the announcements of the expansions and the direction that we're heading. You already know what I'm going to say. It has been phenomenal.
It has been phenomenal, and we are so glad To be here in front of a live studio audience, to bring this experience to the tens of thousands of people around the world. The atmosphere has been amazing. It has been so good to see the performance of these players playing at their peak. And I'm sure you're just as optimistic as me about the future of this franchise that we all love so much.
I am, and I know that the players are hungrier than ever to improve, to strategize, to practice, and I know that we'll be seeing so many familiar faces as well as new faces. I hope that this event really inspires people to try out the games, give life to this community, to revive it, to have it grow. Age of Empires 2 has been going on so strong, and I think Age of Empires 4, Age of Mythology Retold, all of the wonderful events we have in the pipeline, I'm just so excited to see what's to come.
Yeah, it's an incredible time to be a fan of Age of Empires, the game that we all love so much. However, sadly, all good things must come to an end, and that is just about all she wrote today, sports fans. That is the end of Red Bull Waterloo Legacy. What a journey it's been. Months of preparation, weeks of excitement, and some days filled with the most heart-stopping action across 3 games that we love so much. Over $500,000 in prize money, 32 of the best players from around the world converging upon the most appropriate backdrop imaginable for a series of games defined by and inspired by our shared history as humans. Against the backdrop of this incredible castle, we have seen epic battles waged, we have seen battles fought and lost by, again, the most skilled practitioners of this game. But sadly, that's it. We are very, very happy that you've been with us for so long across this entire experience. We are so thankful that you've contributed to the success of the broadcast. And on a personal note, I want to thank not only my coverage casters who have helped and supported me and helped me be the best host I can be, but also the tireless work of the production staff who more than anyone else have made this show what it is. An incredible job by an incredible team. You don't see them, and that means they are doing their job like no other. So thank you so much to everyone working behind the cameras, and thank you to Red Bull and to Microsoft for their support of this community. It has been incredible to have such an amazing and colossal show, a spectacle put on like this. So the support of Red Bull, the support of Microsoft with this game that we all love, as I say. I mean, let's hear it for these two companies that, again, are behind the success of this tournament. However, there remains one last acknowledgement that I think has to be the most important, and that is to the Age of Empires community. The Age of Empires community really is unlike so many, it is unlike any other gaming community. The passion these fans have, the dedication to a game, keeping it alive for decades. And now, the culmination here in this castle, the biggest celebration of this game, over $500,000 in prize money, and a live studio audience to watch it happen. What an incredible experience it has been. My friends, on behalf of the entire team here, thank you for joining us at Heidelberg Castle. That is that for Red Bull Waterloo Legacy. We hope you've enjoyed the show. We certainly have. But as we take one last look at the highlights from today, I'd like to bid you a fond farewell. Good night. Take care of yourselves. On behalf of the entire team, this is Riley Knight one last time saying good night. From a castle with an audience of hundreds in the room with me, my friends, it is time to get underway with the semi-finals and the grand final of Age of Empires 4.
OK， 看来没什么特别东西会公报了，那时候应该会结束了。那时候下一次再见喽。这次结果还是由 Marino 赢下来。不错，有不少比赛可以再研究一下他们的打法。结果玛丽还是一场都没有赢到。